Welcome to a speedrun of Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, the latest in the Yakuza franchise of games, and continuing the JRPG stylings that Yakuza Like a Dragon set before it. It's a fantastic time and a doozy of a speedrun that's taken us quite some time to figure out, and there's still lots to lab and test out. But you're gonna get to see some glitches, including a brand new one in my new route, where we can do some equipping of equipment onto characters that they're not supposed to have. And it's gonna allow us to do some pretty neat shenanigans. All right, and without further ado, we got a long run ahead of us, so let us begin in 3, 2, 1, go. This game picks up about a year or so after the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon, where Ichi is finally just kind of being a regular old dude. He's got a job. He's helping out the abandoned Yakuza from the previous game. Like 3 years? Probably. It's a little bit of a time skip. And first things first, in our tutorial, we have to do some little bit of speed tech, and that is snaking. This awkward movement, trying to get Ichi turning into like a really fast turn animation and then getting him nice and straight back out, is actually a very substantial speed increase. So on these long running segments where we're just going in a straight line, we're going to be doing all sorts of zigzagging back and forth. And now we got our standard JRPG tutorial fight. Teaches us that we can basic attack, we can knock enemies down to the ground, we can perfect guard if I did it correctly. We got our fancy skills, but the perfect guards in this game, different from the previous game, have a hit stun effect. So as much as possible, we're not going to be trying to perfect guard all the time. I'm probably going to do it a lot of this reflex, but it loses little bits of time every time you do it. So ideally, we don't want to do it too often. I'm going to try and be selective when we actually need to prevent some damage, or in the case of these early chapters, prevent Ichi from getting knocked down or pushed back. Because in some fights, we want enemies to get to Ichi as fast as possible to hit him. So we don't want him to actually be moving backwards. It ends up losing a lot of time over the course of the fight. As well as we don't want Ichi knocked to the ground, because then he has to do a whole getting back up from being down to animation before he goes into his next skill. So the snaking movement is still something that needs to be learned and finessed. Trying to maintain that movement is very finicky. We're introduced to our personality traits a la Persona. That choice, we did not really care what our choice was. There wasn't a whole lot of difference between the options in terms of the stats we do want. We want 2 personality traits that we're going to be doing a lot of shenanigans to try and get. We're going to be getting intellect to level 5, and we're going to be getting style to level 4. The rest of the stats we don't care about. But that intellect will allow us to get a certain job class, and the style will let Ichi get onto a certain job class later on in the speedrun. And now we're introduced to a well-needed a very well-needed improvement to the combat system of this, and that is that our allies can actually move in the middle of combat. Nice kick. So that all these AoE effects that are like straight lines or anything like that, we can now appropriately have Ichi line up enemies on his own rather than just purely relying on luck. So it's very nice. And this speedrun is still a Yakuza game, and what would a Yakuza game be without some of the standard mini games? And we're gonna be doing some shogi. Shogi is one of the greatest sources of intellect, and we need actually quite a bit. And puzzle shogi is identical solutions every time. So we're going to be doing all 10 puzzle shogis, and then actually we'll be getting into our first glitch of the speed run. And that is that we are going to be doing puzzle shogi 10. We are going to be doing puzzle shogi 10 a total of 10 times. Using a glitch that takes into account the way this game sets its flags. And that there is a gap in between it giving us the bonus points for completing the puzzle shogi for the first time and it counting that we actually completed it. So if we exit the puzzle shogi in between those 2 points, then the game will give us all the extra bonus points, but then won't set that we actually completed it. So then we can repeat the puzzle shogi and get those bonus points again. And they are a lot. There are an extra 4,000 bonus points for puzzle shogi 10. And now that we're done with the first 5, we're on to the second 5 that are all 2-turn puzzle solutions rather than 1. So they take just a smidge longer to do. And we're not doing takebacks yet, or we're not turning takebacks off yet. Because turning off takebacks will give us an extra 100 bonus points per puzzle shogi, but we don't need all those extra points to start with. So we're just going to save a few inputs here and there. Just to save ourselves little bits of time. Little optimizations go a long way in a run this long, so we do what we can. Puzzle shogi 8. Oh, come on. Trying to manage also with the puzzle shogis, trying to manage what you're doing on keyboard versus mouse is always a tricky ordeal. This one takes a little while to think about. Okay, now we're on to puzzle shogi 10. We're going to be doing that glitch and doing puzzle shogi 10 a total of 10 times. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And we're going to be turning takebacks off from now on. So yeah, we got an extra 4,000 shogi points for that. Doing our first time completion. And we got another extra 4,000, and we're gonna rinse and repeat this until we have about 55,000 shogi points. And this is gonna do a few things for us. It's going to get us even more intellect. There's books that we can get that are gonna flat out increase our intellect that we are going to purchase. Oops, I don't need to learn how to play shogi. Thank you very much. It's going to be getting us a lot of intellect. It's going to be getting us a level booster that we're actually going to make use of all the way in chapter 10 of this speedrun. And then it is also going to get us 2 Desperado's revolvers. These are 5-star weapons for the Desperado class. And we're not going to end up actually using those at all in that job class in this speedrun. But at this point in the game, it is very stingy with the money. And those revolvers sell for about $3,300 a piece, or like 330,000 yen. And that is a substantial amount this early in the game. So that is going to give us a big jump start into the later sections of the speedrun. So I did not actually do this much puzzle shogi in my previous runs. So I'm going to be losing a bit of time in chapter 1. 2 is going to be neutral, 3 will be a speed up, 4 will be slow, 5 will be slow, and then it's all going to pay off really in chapter 6. Nope, hold on. Need to make sure it goes all the way through, otherwise it's not going to give us those points. And for this last one, because we are at 51,000, this means this is our last one. We are going to let it finish. We do need that final flag set that we finished. Otherwise we don't get a big boost of intellect. So now I have 55,350, which is exactly as much as we need. So let's do our purchasing. 2 Desperados revolvers, level booster, and 3 Professor Mutants. And we're off. And it's something that's going to be of major play in this speed run is thrown items. Thrown items are incredibly potent for the early games of this speedrun. We're going to be using them for pretty much as one of our major sources of damage in the first half of this speedrun. And that's also why money is a big factor, because we're going to be using the majority of our money in specifically just items that we're going to use in battle. So having this much extra allows us to do some very silly shenanigans in how much we can actually carry in. All right. And first, Ichi's getting ready for a date, seeking advice from Nanba and Adachi. And we're picking our choices specifically to get the personality traits we want. Where we want intellect and style where we can. And this puts us right next to a shop. We're gonna do Valley Pack insoles, 1 onto Ichi, 1 don't equip. And then we're off to Ichi's home. It's a good night rest for his date with Saeko from the previous game. And again, we got more personality choice options here. Mostly going to be taking Nanba's advice for everything except for the last option. We're going to be talking about Nanba. And we want to wait for the little hiccups in conversation because that is our cue to actually be able to skip. Otherwise, we have to mash through these cutscenes. And for the last one, we run into some thugs and we gotta think like Adachi. All right, this introduces to the fact that we have allies in our fights, that they can team up with us in certain attacks and things, but hopefully we just get a good lineup to start here. Ah! That's unfortunate. I didn't really get them to line up. I mean, kinda. I didn't finish. I got off. Dang it. So we're just trying to get our lineups, and ideally we would have been able to get them to line up nice and fast there at the beginning. Oh, nice. That'll actually finish. Oh, we'll get him with the plant. I ideally wanted to just knock them both into the same spot and hit them with a weapon attack. But alas, they did not line up, and it's kind of a bit of a RNG whether they'll move in the correct direction to allow us to do that. But another benefit of this game versus the previous one is that everyone can grab a weapon for weapon attacks, so it's not specifically locked to Ichi this time. Which makes it so that we can have some members be lined up on top of an object so that they can get a good weapon hit in. And the date didn't go well. Date did not go well for Ichi and Sayako. So bad, in fact, that we're a year time skipped into the future, and Sayako and Ichi have not talked to each other, and that's not boding well. And also, what's not boding well is that Ichi just lost his job. It's all coming down. Could this possibly be what sets us towards the events of the rest of the game? The rest of a very long game? Find out next time on Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. All right. Now this introduces us to the treasure hunt ability, which Ichi can scrounge up vending machines to get little bits of money and some items off the ground. We are not going to be using it at all. With all of our grinding from Shogi, we have far too much money. So it is not necessary for us to grab those little bits here and there. Now we're in our first like semi-boss fight. This guy in the front has way too much HP, so we want to knock him into his allies. Hopefully get 3. Beautiful. That's a good start. And a stun. That's perfect. Now we just need these 2 to line up because they go down in a single attack. Oh, that didn't count. That's okay. And now you're going to see why throwing items are great. Bam. That would have taken like 4 tenacious fists to do that amount of damage. So baseball just ends that fight instantly. Not too shabby of a fight there. But yeah, it turns out that Ichi got blackmailed, and that's why he lost his job. We're gonna store those baseballs that we had for later. And then Ichi is very worried because Ichi was helping out a lot of those Yakuza that were from the disbanded groups at the end of the last game. So without a place to go, Ichi's been helping them get back on their feet. And without Ichi there, they might come back into something very bad. So Ichi's running back to work to try and track them down before anything bad happens. And we loved our baseball so much, and we are going to be running right past that same pawn shop on our way to the next marker. Just gonna restock on those real quick, and off to the races. And as it turns out, we were not the only ones being blackmailed. Alas, Nanba and Adachi were also blackmailed into losing their jobs, and now the band's back together. Oh, what a camera move. So now Ichi's back onto his main job class again. Is that gonna hit him? Maybe. Maybe. Ooh. Fast Adachi? Okay. Not the fastest the fight can be. But that is second fastest. That is a great intro fight. We're going to use our bit of money here to get some weapons. Jumbo sausage for Adachi, bamboo broom, massager, and health ring for Ichi. Shoot. I have to equip that manually because I messed up the menu. That's okay. And it turns out the Seiryu clan might be up to some shenanigans. The Ijincho local Yakuza sect. And they've got their doors closed, so we need to find an alternate way in. So we know someone who might know a few things, but he won't talk willingly. Gotta get him a bottle of sake. Gotta grease the wheels. And while we're in the popo, let's deposit a good amount of our money. Everything except for 20,000 yen. That's all we really need for the early game. Ah! Excuse me, sir. You can get hit by cars, and yes, it is bad. Now that we have that health ring... Oh, Ichi didn't get a knockback on that at all. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna have to just hope that Ichi can get a knockback chain here to finish these two off. That is not gonna work out. That's unfortunate. This is a really slow fight. Dang it. That's the downside of some of these early fights, is that when Ichi spawns in, he spawns in with like static movement and he won't actually move right away. So it looked like it lined up, but then it didn't, and it happens. Now with that riffraff out of the way, excuse me, what invisible wall was that? That done, finally we can make our way in to the Seiryu clan HQ. The entrance is through the sewers. But yeah, because we got that health ring from Love Magic, one, it saves us time. There's a health ring in this set piece that takes like 20 seconds to get, so it saves us time there. And it also means that for that fight, Ichi one-shot them. You saw that Nanba left that guy with 1 HP. Ichi then one-shots. Now these guys have way too much HP, and we are very low level at the moment. So we're going to be focusing Ichi and Nanba onto this battle bomb here. Hopefully get a nice burn. Good. He will go down to the burn. And then Adachi plays some baseball with his hand dog. Hang dog. Baseball's my beloved. It also helps that that enemy's weak to gun damage as well. Hopefully Ichi will outspeed here, and we can do a very quick attack. Excuse you. I needed that. Oh, man. That's the first time I've actually seen Ichi get outsped. Oh, this is actually bad. That is lower HP than I like to see. That is the first time I've actually seen Ichi get outsped there. Game still has new surprises to throw at me after even a year of speedrun routing. We're gonna start this fight right next to this barrel. So that Ichi goes first and knocks this guy into the wall for 1-hit kill. Because knocking enemies into walls does additional damage for our knockback moves. That's why our knocking back into enemies has been so good. Got to get some with a weapon. That's good. Item. We are going to use those Professor Mutants on Ichi. Gear. Nanba, you get the value packs. So now we want Nanba going nice and speed. Yeah, I've never gotten outsped there with with insoles. Now this group hopefully will have Nanba be going first, and hopefully they'll walk forward. That's only gonna hit 2. That's okay though. We'll take 2. Ideally, we want them to run forward in a manner that hits 3. It's actually fairly common that that happens. No. No. Do a bat breaker. Thank you very much, Ichi. I don't know why my triangle input kept getting dropped there. But now that that guy took a little bit of extra damage, thought you can finish him off like that. And I didn't think Nanba had enough, or Nanba might have had enough MP for a Pyro Punch, but it's a fast attack animation. Get a heal to get our MP back, and head on up the stairs to the actual proper Kiryu Clan HQ. Hopefully we can get a good lineup. We really want Nanba going fast here. So, ooh, nice line. Beautiful. That's what we like to see. That's the start that we like to see. Nanba is much better positioned to hit more enemies than Ichi's knockback with backbreaker. So having Nanba going really fast means we can typically either end the fights right away or clear out everyone so that Ichi can just follow up with a backbreaker and end it. It's going to be especially crucial for this fight here. We should be able to hit 4 and finish them all off. Ah, low damage roll. That's okay. Luckily, Adachi has like the fastest attack animation in the game. Adachi is by far our slowest party member, but he does have the fastest basic attack animation. We should hopefully hit 4. Perfect. Good fights. And we haven't really been grabbing a whole lot of anything. We grabbed a little bit of money from the first floor. That wasn't really necessary, but it's nice. That's going to change after this fight. We're going to be getting a good amount of things. There's a lot of good stuff at the very end of this set piece. Okay, that was a good lineup. Usually I like to aim at the party behind Nanba, but these guys all walked into each other, so that was very nice. Let's get him with the box. Wow, that even killed. Good fight. That was a good fight. All right. Grab an incendiary grenade. An even better AoE option is to just chuck a grenade at enemies. And then we're going to be grabbing safe keys, which are... This is the only time we need to get an extra safe key. Because for some reason, the containers and safes take keys to open up in this game. And we want this bit of equipment. The down jacket, which is actually one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the entire game. Only is not strong defense-wise, but it has an innate 25% damage resistance to blunt attacks. And that percentage reduction is massive even into the late game. This guy gives us a tutorial on guarding. We want to monkey flip him. There's grapple moves that can break guard. And when they break guard, they do extra damage. So we push him into the corner. Nama's going to hit him with a baseball, and hopefully he's going to stand still long enough that Ichi can knock him into the wall for extra damage. Perfect. Now we get our first mid-fight cutscene. The vast majority of these we're going to succeed at because it does some additional damage to the enemy and we don't get hurt from it. But there are some that we will take the damage for because they're faster. It'll be a little while before we get to those, but for now, this boss summoned adds. Adachi doesn't have the greatest amount of damage or combos right now, so we have him do that. And now we're going to get our lineups as best as possible. These guys are all over the place, so we're just going to try and do our best to get them to line up so that we can chain together our attacks. Take out 2 at a time or so. Namba will not be able to kill the main guy because we didn't get a toy bracelet that we did before. But Ichi should be able to. Goodbye, sir. That was a good fight. That was a good set piece overall. Couple nasty fights in there, but overall not the worst. That closes out chapter 1. Now we're on to chapter 2, which is kind of our closest chapter to an auto-scroller. There's a few things that we do to set up for it and set up for future chapters, mostly for chapter 3. But once we get off onto the second portion, and before we do that, we need to get our baseballs back. We used 4 of them in the set piece, and we stored 4 of them earlier, so... Oh, shoot. And then we go to Chinatown. I don't need to run down for this. And before we set off to the brand new location of this game, we're going to do some setup. There's almost always an enemy in the way here, but vending machines will despawn them conveniently. But I wanted a red vending machine because I needed a coffee. Coffee gives a 50% increase to the money you get in a fight. We get almost no money at this point in the game, but we're going to be using this all the way in chapter 7 for a fight that's going to get us an extra $500 out of it, and that $500 is necessary. Money, as much as we have a lot in the savings right now, it gets down to the wire on where we use that. So getting an extra $500 from one fight is crucial. So now, as we're finding out in the story, Ichi's mom, who we thought was dead, actually was being sequestered into Hawaii for her safety. And it seems like there's a lot of factions over there in Hawaii that are trying to track her down for some mysterious reason. So we're going to be gallivanting off to Hawaii. Before we head off there, we need to purchase some things that will speed up a couple fights. Namely, something in this pawn shop over here that we didn't do before the other set piece is buy a couple rocket launchers. That's why we ended up saving a little bit of money before putting all of our savings into the deposit box. And most importantly, we need to bring Nancy off to Hawaii. Nancy actually is a summon in this game, and she was used for a good while in the Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrun, but alas, she's not. That was odd. Usually Namba doesn't outspeed there, but that's okay. Because now we can just have Ichi Bat Breaker, and we are done. He actually lined up for not back, which actually saves us a little bit of extra time, too. Very kind of that enemy. They're usually not that kind. We're all set. Ichi's got his backpack. He's all ready to go to school. He's going off to trade school in Hawaii. Aloha. You're going to be hearing that a lot. A lot of the passerbys will say aloha. We're off in Hawaii and we're greeted by just the kindest folks. This taxi driver is just very thankfully taking us off to the main city. Just doing us a real solid. Oh no, why is he holding us up at gunpoint? It's already off to a good start with Ichi. Okay, this might work for a knockback. Perfect. And he got a paralyzed. This is a flawless fight. Good fight. We need the extra damage from that knockback to speed things up, and the low chance of getting the paralysis from Ichi's weapon actually coming in real clutch there. That was flawless. And now we get a 45-second break. This fine gentleman, AG, we met on the plane, was bound to a wheelchair, and Ichi had the young master throughout his whole life, who was also wheelchair bound. So Ichi recognized a fellow person in need, and he was glad to help. And Ichi's a kind guy. He's helping out Ichi. One neat thing from the Pirate Yakuza game I noticed was you can wave on the Street Surfer, and it makes me want it in Infinite Wealth. Gosh, that would be nice. That would allow us to do so many other things. So there is something that comes up later in this speedrun that we can wave to people on the street to become their friends, and it gets us little personality boosts. But as Treeplot was mentioning, in this game as it currently stands, you cannot wave unless you are just walking on foot, and we get a different travel method later. So it is not efficient for us to try and wave to anyone. Unfortunately, Ichi has to be a bit of a loner for the speedrun. There was some scenario where we could give some food to some animals, actually, to get some personality that I had routed in briefly. But as it's come across, as I've done more routing, it's not the fastest, unfortunately. So we don't get to befriend any pups or cats. It's a shame, really. Now we get to do some swimming. We're in Hawaii. Gosh dang it, we're gonna go swimming. And also, Ichi's just being another very good guy. His woman's scarf got blown in the wind out to the sea. So we went and grabbed that. And we are rewarded for our kind deeds by some ne'er-do-wells that are being punked. And this fight is very annoying because AG is going to be giving us a buff to start off, and that gives enemies time to move around, which is what we never like to see. Okay, these two lined up at least, so that's good. That main guy has too much HP. Hopefully, they'll line up for us. Nope, not Grand Liner. This works. Beautiful. It is nice that when you lock in your attack, it kind of locks in the path of your knockback. So even though Ichi got like teleported to a weird position there because the game didn't like me standing that close to AG, it still did the knockback damage into that enemy, even if it looked awkward. And now we got another 45 seconds. The early game of this speedrun has quite a few little break segments, which is kind of nice. And then now, as the route has gone on, in about an hour and a half's time, we're going to be having a very long break. Which is quite pleasant because after that segment, there's no rest for the wicked anymore. The rest of the run after that point, there is no free times for stopping. In the speedrun rules, we do allow to pause during like chapter end segments and stuff like that for going to the bathroom, but I tend not to. But we allow it because obviously we don't want you having to hurt yourself or sit too prolonged of a time. just for the sake of a fun speed run.
本当だ、それ本当に銃の後なんですか？
おお、その時俺を助けてくれたのがさっき言ってた俺のダチでさ、一度会社に勤めたんだがよ。
Ichi's out here just bragging about his friend Nanba that saved him from a bullet wound in his chest. Just good friends.
仕事にあぶれちまって。
どうしちゃったんですか、春日さん？
ああ、すまねえ。まだどうも引きずっちまっててよ。
詳しい話はわかりませんけど。
Ichi's just a really good guy.
きっと気にしてませんよ。
優しいこと言ってくれるじゃねえか、ヘイちゃん。
どういたしまして。春日さん着きました。ここです。
お、ここか。じゃあお邪魔するぜ。
And now, after that sequence, we're finally into the end of this set piece, actually, or the end of this chapter. We got some punks invading the hotel. And we don't have many AoE options, but we do have a grenade. Perfect. They can't really even spread apart, though Ichi does love to get teleported around the room, and that can cause our grenade to blow up where we don't want. But about 80% of the time, that just will clear out that wave for us. Now we get fight the boss man, Yamai, and this is why we had to grab that bit of armor in the down jacket from the previous set piece, because this guy attacks twice when it's his turn, and without any armor, he hits like a truck. Luckily, we have a solution for him, and we only have to survive one turn now. But Yamai loves to play baseball with that crowbar, little known fact. And just in case we're going to be guarding this, because even with our guards, we're still going to be taking a ton of damage. Done rebooting, and after that baseball, have a rocket. Unfortunately, we have to wait until Ichi's next turn before it gets us into the cutscene. Yeah, it's also a good thing we only have to fight this guy once. We'll never see him again. He's just a 2-bit little tutorial boss. Never shows up later in the run. And while he was distracted by Eiji's incredible wheelchair moves, kick him while he's down. That was a good set. That was a good chapter. It was a good chapter too. If I can skip my cutscenes appropriately. All right, on to chapter 3. Ichi found out where his mom was. He took a taxi out there, didn't see his mom, found a nice housemaid who promptly drugged him until he passed out, took all of his money, and left him on the beach naked. It's really going swell for Ichi in Hawaii. And then he got arrested because he was on the beach naked. It's going great for Ichi. And this is why we put our money away earlier. We did not want this money stolen because we're not going to get this money back until the beginning of chapter 5. And we need that money in the meantime, so we put that money away into the bank, and we'll grab that next chapter.
You're not getting away.
And this is a simple QT, or a simple chase sequence. There's nothing really to do. Nice dodge. Guy had the moves. Now we're just running away from the cops because Ichi quite literally does not know what to do while he's out here on his lonesome. But it turns out Ichi's not on his lonesome. He's got a friend. This guy. Joryu. Or Taichi Suzuki. Or I don't know. One of those? Kiryu, I think? Juntaro. Ono Michio. All of the above. Kiryu is now our ally alongside Ichi, and we're going to be doing battle together. And a very cool thing about Kiryu is that his main thing has his brawler stances. His rush mode, his brawler mode, etc. Ah, I didn't get that move right. That's unfortunate. I was trying to get close to that pole to try and get a heat action out. Oh, this is really bad. That was a good knockback chain, at least. And Kiryu's brawler, or Kiryu's beast form, can actually, on its own, break guard and do extra damage when it guard breaks. So that's very lovely to see, but this was unfortunate. This was not a good start to this, because that brought, I wanted to do that heat action because I was going to do a ton of damage. Oh, please hit everyone. Ah, I didn't hit the guy behind. Come on. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to kill. Nope. Ichi's not strong enough to do it on his own. It's an unfortunate fight. Luckily, all these guys decided to guard so that Kiryu did extra damage. Alright. Have to do a forced shop. Buy a shirt. Kiryu or Ichi, you need value pack. Kiryu gets that shirt and gets the health ring so that Kiryu can do a little bit of extra damage. Now we can increase bond points with our party members, so we're going to be doing quite a few of those things across the speed run. Because we're going to need to hit certain thresholds. With certain party members to get their job unlocks and get their tag team abilities out. And now that we finally kind of have free reign in Hawaii and not kind of on rails like we were in the previous one, we need faster movement. Hawaii is a lot larger of an area than Ijincho, so being able to get to places quickly is very important. And again, I'm doing these staking movements because Ichi runs significantly faster when he's in this like quick turn animation. So if you can chain those together, it's lovely. But now we don't have to do it as much because we got different movement. We got the Segway. Now we rip and tear through some Daytona-style speedway action. And people weren't a fan of the speed of the Segway, unfortunately. Luckily, we still have 2 baseballs left. Put them to use here because these enemies are weak to it. Nice speedy fight. Ideally, Ichi will outspeed one of those guys and we can take them out before they have a turn. But we were not that lucky this time. But now we can zoom everywhere. This movement is faster than snaking, so anywhere we can, we're gonna be fitting in Street Surfer movement. Like anywhere over like an 8-second run is much faster to do via Street Surfer. Now this fight is a gigantic pain in the butt. We have 1 item that we can use. It's very strong, but we need it to hit properly, which this should. Beautiful. Perfect fight. that enemy can guard, and it's a big waste of time if he does that. The rocket can blow up early on the first guy and whiff on the other two. So many ways that fight can go wrong, but that was perfect. That was perfect. But now Tomi's on our team. He's our new party member. The taxi driver that held us at gunpoint is now our friend. And now we're taught about fortunes. Camelot is back. Or you actually need 40 fortune points over the course of the next 2 chapters. So we're going to get these 2 good fortunes that are each +3 each. And the game gives us a best fortune for +4 by default. But that's all we need in this area. There's a lot in this area, but a lot of them that aren't worth a ton of points. So it's just fastest to grab only those 2 really high ones right away. Grab this safe while we're here. Muscle booster that we're going to be using for an extra 5 attack damage later on. We don't really need it for anything right now. Like I said, the early game, a lot of our damage is dependent on thrown items. So getting an extra 5 strength is nice, and it definitely is a lot for this point of the run. But we're going to be throwing stuff all the time, so we don't need it. But we will need it for later. So now we get another chase sequence where this guy was pickpocketing some lady's purse. Very rude of him. So we got another set amount of QTEs to get us through. Gam! Thank you for the raid, Gam. I don't know why my alerts aren't working anymore. I think something got broken. Probably just because I haven't looked at my alerts in a long time. Or I haven't adjusted them in a long time. So they're probably just a little broken. That's okay. Thank you for the raid, Gam. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. We're just chasing this guy down. Yes. Hopefully everything's going to be working today. And hi, Katie. Welcome. Howdy, James. Thank you for stopping by. And I'm going to show you a neat thing in this set piece, or this chase sequence. Ichi can ram that tree and it doesn't matter. He goes in for the tackle anyway. He's down. He's down at the 5. Impeccable form from Ichi. Okay. And as and don't you get back on that Segway, or so help me, Ichi. As we're finding out, there's also some gang activity going on in Hawaii as well. Not exactly the Yakuza, but instead we have the Barracudas, which did a really nasty number on that cut purse. So we know not to mess with them now. Which means we're absolutely going to mess with them later. Now I need the tutorial. For Bond Bingo, certain Bond chats that we can get later. That if we get them in a line, we get an even higher boost of Bond points for an ally. And we're going to be getting some of those with Tomi as we progress. For now, we're going to be hitting our way across Hawaii off to someone who knows of the location of that thieving housemaid that took our stuff. A woman by the name of Chitose. Excuse you. Excuse you. I was so far away from that. I was so far away from that fight. Are you kidding me? That was right at like 5 steps away is the cutscene trigger. Some of these fights just instantly drag you into the fight for no reason. But also, as it turns out, this informant was incorrect. He had the number instead of the Chitose we want. He had it for Chitose Buster Holmes, Gary's daughter. Unfortunately, this is a really bad lineup, so Chitose's not going to be able to really beat these guys quickly. Oh, he's weak to gun. That's nice. Hopefully he does this. All right. Not the worst. Ideally, Chitose will summon in and just one-shot all of them. But it's it's really a crapshoot on where they move. Luckily, that wasn't too bad. That was pretty manageable. I've had some very, very nasty fights there before. Now that we're in this area, we got a lovely pawn shop back here. We're gonna refill on a bunch of different grenades.
Aloha. Thank you.
This is our closest point to that pawn shop that we're gonna get, so take our opportunity to grab some grenades while we're there. We'll make good use of them. Grab this fortune while they're on the way. Make our way off to make a little buck. And by a little buck, we're gonna do some quick delivery service in Crazy Delivery. And we are forced to do the tutorial. Crazy! Extreme! There is a way to like skip this really slow text box, but I've never quite figured out the way to do it. And unfortunately for us, unlike Conquest in the previous game, we can't skip this. So we can wait 3 minutes and do a whole lot of nothing. We can collect burgers, we can trash some stuff around, we can have Ichi do tricks and stuff. None of that slows down the timer, but the one thing that does is doing deliveries. So it is... I routed out this as pretty much as fast as I could and ended with like 1:10 on the timer. But because the timer pauses every time we deliver, it's actually about 30 seconds slower to go fast. It's very unfortunate. So our fastest method to do for the Crazy Delivery is a whole lot of nothing. Egg, do you want to say hi? Egg. Want to say hi while we rest? Hi, kitten. Yeah. Yeah, Egg. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, hi, kitten. Oh, wow. You don't say. Wow. Oh, you don't say. Oh, my goodness. You have so much to say, Egg. Yeah, Egg. What do you think about Crazy Delivery and this amazing, riveting, fast-paced action? Okay, you can go down. I know, I know. All right. Yeah, we could do a bunch of tricks and get a bunch of points. We actually used, or my initial route of this actually did complete this because you get enough money to get 2 boots, 2 shoe armors that have 10 agility each, which is amazing. 10 agility this early in the speedrun is phenomenal. But again, you lose 45 seconds to do that, and we now have so much money with the 2 revolvers that we sold in Chapter 1 that we can just buy 10 agility gear instead. It's on a shop that's right along the path. It's faster. Yeah, there was some ideas of using the Action Hero or Action Star job class at some point in time, which is it's a very strong job class. But unfortunately, and one thing you can do here is to just do a bunch of tricks and you can get free charisma there to help unlock it, but alas, we only unlock really one job class for this entire speedrun now. And you'll see why when we get to the unlocking scenes in a couple chapters. And I unlocked that taxi by running off a little bit, and then we're going right back to, They lovely gave us 30 bucks for doing absolutely nothing in Crazy Delivery. Very generous. And we need to give it to this guy for the information. Yeah, there's a neat move in the Action Hero class called Relentless Dragon Dance that says it doubles your next skill's ability or your next skill's damage. It's not exactly double. It's more like about 60%. Which we will use a different version of that that works for magic later. But that has a different benefit to us that we will get to when we get there.
Your problem. Your problem. Your problem.
And now we've been informed of that Chitose is in District 5, the Barracuda's headquarters. And there's only one person who knows how to get us into there, and that's this crooked cop. And he's not going to let us in there easily. But luckily for us, we have some persuasion. We have a lot of persuasion. We're really hoping for a paralysis here. Come on, 3 chances for paralysis. This is also kind of why it's been why we got one. We need that armor to get some style points later, but also because if we don't get a paralysis off, this guy's attacks do hurt. He's only going to be able to get 2 attacks off at best, but still we'd rather not see them. It's best if we could just get him paralyzed and he skips them. Nice reload. And now we're going to see if we get a burn. If we get a burn, it's best. Perfect. Because then he takes status damage and we can use a weaker grenade against him. There's one more flashbang. And our last one will just be another incendiary, and we can save our flashbang for a better spot later on. Perfect. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. The only thing that would have gone better there is if we got a paralysis off, but he did fairly fast attack, so not the worst. Still had a couple rough fights, or mostly just the Chitose fight was frustrating, but other than that, pretty solid chapter 3. You got to make sure to get off the street surfer for those stairs specifically, because for whatever reason, those stairs specifically just destroy all of your momentum. Killer Chair, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in to a Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth speedrun, and we're still in the early stages. But welcome on in, everyone. Hope you had a good stream.
Yeah.
And now we start off this chapter by fighting these guys. This is an optional fight. These are crown enemies or keepers. And these enemies hold special bits of equipment and things. We don't have to do too many of them over the course of this run, but this guy drops an XP increasing bit of accessory. And we are going to need as much XP as we can possibly get so we get this ASAP. So we got it from the fight. We don't even need that thing over there. That guy informed us of his friend, a blacksmith called Julie. We're going to be making great use of her shop later on. But for now, we're just going to be doing the tutorial. Because again, at this point, our main source of damage is going to be thrown items and not weapons. So learning about crafting is nice, but not really necessary. And this is our tutorial to be like, oh, look at this big weapon damage increase that you got. But we have grenades. We have grenades. We don't need this fancy new bat. We got... Ichi's bat would only do like 100 damage to that guy, and a lightning grenade did 225. So it is just 100% faster to instead just do that. And now finally we're gonna be getting our money back. So we can do a lot of purchasing in this set piece. We're gonna get 3 intoxication bombs, and that's it from here. Get a fortune. And head on over to the Diamond Head. We're going to be needing to get to plus 40 or 40 fortune points by the end of this, or before this chapter's set piece, so we can get an accessory that's going to increase how much money we get. And we're going to be having that accessory on the entire speed run. So we want it as early as possible so we can get every last penny we possibly can. We're going to be we grabbed those 2 fortunes there for plus 7 total. Swing on towards the story. Very safely take this Segway up an escalator. Stop here, grab that fortune for plus 2. Grab rocket launchers and hallucinogenic bombs from this shop. Oh, Ichi didn't close the door. And here we get 2 wind sneakers, 1 for Ichi, 1 for Kiryu. Grab another fortune that's in that trash can. And finally get on with a little bit of the story. This chapter was one of the longest ones to... It still has little bits of optimization here and there that we can do. But right as it is right now, it is quite smooth getting all these fortunes and personality bond increasing things, getting all the shops, all of them lined up in a nice smooth line. Not too shabby in the state it currently is. And now we're off to Sujimon battles. 3v3 Pokemon style battle system that's in this game. It's actually a lot of fun. I really like doing this casually. But alas, that's all we have to do for the speedrun is the tutorial. Nothing too fancy about it. And the tutorial just consists of using the middle guy to do everything. Was that almost enough damage to take down that enemy? I've never had that happen. Unfortunately, we wanted the other guy to attack. It's about a second faster. No big deal. Teaches us about the special moves, and we just mash checks, and it gives us the best option. Wouldn't even matter which one we ended up with anyway. But we're done. Pose for the camera. Pose for the fans. The game makes a sound effect like we got money there. We didn't get any money there. It's very rude. But now, for whatever reason, this, while we're running away, is completely unskippable and we have to mash through it. And as any Pokemon starter should do, we pick Squirtle. He's the closest. And he's also slow, and also he typically just goes down to liquid nitrogen. Because he's not weak to his own element. And now we gotta catch him. We gotta show him we care. Take it. Let him have it. Give him praise. I don't have to do anything. It's a tutorial. It joins our team whether we like it or not. Now we're back on to the more running around. Got more shops and things to pick up. From here, we grab volleyballs and baseballs. Hop on our street surfer. Grab that Tomy Bond conversation on the path. There used to be a fortune along here that we stopped to grab. But I swapped things around and I found a better fortune that's nearby my addition. Make sure we grab that Tomy Bond while we're here. Head on through the mall. We're unlocking a bunch of taxis that we're going to be using later. Oh! I didn't see the red dots above their head. We got to be careful about running into enemies in this area of town too, because we're starting to get into some very high level enemies that could potentially just destroy us. Luckily, that was a very quick remedy. Grab this safe for a happy lay that increases how many things the enemies drop, which is also going to be crucial as we get later on with the run. Swing on over this way to grab that orphanage taxi. Yeah, these enemy placements have been rough. But also, this was another major reason why we get the street surfer so early, because, man, doing all this on foot would be terrible. Doing all that snaking animation over and over and over again would be awful. We swing down this way to get that taxi unlocked. Swing on over to this market to get this taxi. Oh, bumpy ride trying to avoid these enemies. That dog has 10 intelligence if you want to befriend that dog by giving him a beef sandwich. While we're here, we're going to buy 2 modified rocket launchers while we need to swing by this area to get the taxi anyway. Hop back on our street surfer, get the taxi that's over here. Grab that fortune, and finally, we're at the end of our big long trip.
Aloha.
We're gonna buy modified grenades, more powerful versions, and a cyber choker. And back to the other side of the world. Oh, man. Now we're done with the majority of our big setup. Still got a few things we got to do because there's a mechanic in this game that's never really told, but if your party leader's level is lower than the enemies by a certain amount of levels, you get a penalty to your initial turn order. Your party's going to be a bit slower during the first combats. So we're going to be purchasing some meals here to give us an agility buff to combat that. And that way it's going to make it much more survivable. Get this fortune, progress this story. Get this sub-story set up for the future. Head on over to Kaku Avenue to do its second part right away. Because I had to do I mixed this into chapter 4. Not get hit by any vehicles. Thank you very much. Grab this Tomy Bond conversation. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. What floor sign? Just take this gently up the stairs. Get a little bit of a honk. Get an extra fortune that's right here. And yeah, right into the cutscene. finish that portion of the sub-story. Now we can't lose our agility buff, so we are going to be save loading this fight away. A function that we can now do on both PC and on console, which is very, very nice. We're getting back into this corner to get a taxi unlock. Oh, shoot. That was the wrong taxi. That's okay. Need to go to the shrine first. So from here, grab one final fortune, and this will get us to exactly plus 40. And then frustratingly, we have to go for each of these one at a time. Till we get the lucky money charm. Oh, excuse you. Go to the fast shop. And now we go to this taxi and get our grenades. And then finally, we'll be all set up for the set piece. Gonna be running in there with volleyballs, baseballs, all the types of grenades, all the types of modified grenades, rocket launchers, modified rocket launchers, status effect bombs. You name it, we got it. We're taking everything into this set piece because it's a doozy. It's a long one.
Thank you.
Ichi, you need the ankle weights. You need nope, nothing for you. Then money charm and happy life. And we head out the door, Diamond Head, and we're off to the first major set piece of this speed run. And it's a long one. This set piece has like 20 fights. It is an extremely long set piece.
What's the matter? Hey, you!
This is where Chitose is. So we're gonna be tracking her down. And we, at this point, are 3 levels under the enemies. And that doesn't seem like a lot, but at this point in the run, it is a ton. If we didn't have the agility buffs, these next 3 fights would all outspeed us. Every single one of these fights, the enemies would get a turn first. And they do a lot of damage when we haven't purchased basically any armor yet. So it's 100% necessary for the agility buff meal. Start off an incendiary meal on these 2 back here. Ah, dang, no status effect. That's unfortunate. Volleyball for Jose. That takes him out of the picture. And the other 2 love baseball. Ideally, we wanted a burn to prevent that guy from having an attack. Take down that last high HP guy, and Kiryu, come bat this guy. And as we found out from previous Yakuza games in this engine, if you're ever forced to walk slow, it is faster to go into first person mode. Like significantly faster. And while we're at it, we're going to be taking some pictures of this very secretive place. Because if we take 10 pictures, it gets us 20 style. And we're doing a whole lot of nothing during those walking segments, so it's free time to get 20 free style. So nothing, a great combination of things here. Now some tough fights. Hopefully that hit all of them. Nice, got the burn too. It is flashback. I need to make sure this hits. That might not hit. Ah, of course it didn't. Dang it. Not the worst. Unfortunately, those guys lined up too well, and Kiryu lost the grenade lineup. Luckily, this guy goes down into just a couple simple weapon attacks. Or 3. Come on. That was an okay fight. And we open up with this one, and hopefully no guards. Ugh. Did that guy walk up far enough forward? Yes, he did. Perfect. Perfect. That's a good fight. Those guys sometimes separate and it's nasty. This next fight we can hopefully skip. A little bit of finesse. Scooting back here into this corner, drops the aggro, and then we can just gallivant on up. Fight skipped. You can just get a good enough line and just walk straight through it all, but it is it's a tricky line to do. Are you gonna get close enough? That's gonna hit the 2 barrels at least. That's fine. Get a back attack or a weapon attack will work. Ideally, we want all those guys to group up for us, but they often don't move that well. Perfect. Good fights. Good fights. All right. Now we're off to a very dangerous fight. I'm actually going to heal Tomy a little bit here. Just in case, because if these guys get a turn, they do a ton of damage. They ideally won't get to move.
Get ready for this.
They ideally won't move at all. Hit him with flashbang. Hit him with another flashbang. And they're done. Like, those guys can quite literally do 150 damage each on their attacks. No joke. They will practically one-shot our entire party. They are obscenely strong. And now we finally found Chitose, the housemaid that stole all of our stuff. She's willing to help us out. But first we have some questions. Chitose, the people have questions. Are you willing to answer? Are you working with the Barracudas? Are you secretly a double or maybe even triple agent for many different factions? What do you have to say about these allegations? It's another forced walking segment, so we take more pictures. We got all the style that we needed. Now Chitose's with us. Chitose's very fast. Like I guarded, which is a mistake around Kiryu. That was a good fight. I still have one more baseball and one more, or I think even 2 more baseballs and 1 liquid nitrogen that I want to use by the end of this episode. Oh, come on. Now Chitose's on our team and she's extremely fast. Oh, lasers. Oh, I can make this. That works. Nice. Nice clean exit through the lasers at least. But now Chitose is extremely fast. So Chitose is hopefully gonna just wipe out all of these enemies with an item before they get a chance to move. Like so. We want to go extremely fast here. Making through this laser. Okay, that was a fairly well-timed laser. We'll just get snagged once, hopefully not again, because we wanted to go as fast as possible. Because if we get to those enemies before then they don't really know what to do. Ah, dang it. A little slow. Skirt alongside. Possibly, no, I wouldn't have been able to. Go, 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 go. Ah! Curses. That's all right.
I'll take you down.
Now these guys on the end have a lot of HP, so we're gonna hit them with a modified flashbang. Use up a baseball on Nunez over here. Fortunately, he stepped away from the wall. And get him. Good fight. And we don't need to heal or anything. We're just going straight in to the next fights. We don't have to run to the runway at all. We could just run straight forward. All right. Got a sequence of 3 fights coming up here where our ability to menu quickly is going to matter a lot.
Now let's get this show on the road. First up, we got an all-access look at our newest collection. And it's not just hot, it's to die for.
That should hit all of them. Perfect.
Up next, a special treat just for you. Our prized auto
Set up on the flashbangs on our item because the items keep our cursor where they are or where it's at, so I can even faster menu our thrown item here. That gentleman guarded, but actually he got paralyzed, so we're gonna hit him with the backbreaker to finish him off. If he didn't get paralyzed and he kept his guard up, then we would have beast stanced with Kiryu, but no big deal.
Showtime's over, boys and girls. Say your prayers.
I'll say prayers for you. Because these guys are gonna stay right next to each other the whole dang time. And this guy made the foolish choice, again guarding around here. Smack. Nice and easy. And we follow up that 3-stage fight with an immediate extra fight. Okay, a little slow on the menu there, but that should stop them all. Good. And we're having to menu as quickly as possible because any little bit of time where those enemies will move out of the way is typically gonna be extra turns added onto the fight. So as fast as we can possibly make it is ideal. And I'm gonna be having a lot of extra bits of gear to throw at later points, which is unfortunate. Oh, did that guy get out? He did. That's okay. That actually gives us the time to use a baseball. That actually works. That works for us. That means we have 1 leftover regular liquid nitrogen at the moment. This fight is annoying. Please hit all. Oh, come on. I'll use that last liquid nitrogen here. Okay, now we're out of all the extra materials. And that is the last fight before the end, or before the final fight of this set piece. Grab more XP increasing gear there. Swing on to the right side here. Let the aggro decrease while we grab those value pack insoles. And we press on. Right here, Ichi, you need the other ankle weights. Double value pack for Kiryu. Health ring for Chitose. And an optimize and the money charm. Happy Link stakes. Off to the boss of the Barracudas. Who could it possibly be? Danny Trejo. When did you get here? Why is your boss fight theme slap so hard? Luckily, we still have a lot of our modified extra powerful grenades left over for just one Danny Trejo. And this takes care of all of his ads right away. This might be perfect. Tomy did not outspeed Dwight. That's a thing that can happen sometimes, and it's actually better that he doesn't. That means Dwight's next turn, he should be charging up and guarding. And Tomy just got a skill that's perfect for enemies that's guarding. Cool. Stretch while we have Ichi give Dwight the horns. Now he should charge up and ideally guard. He didn't guard. That's unfortunate. Volleyball? Oh, that was the wrong move. Dang it. You're gonna guard now? Okay. This is a bit awkward. Shouldn't be any problem. One more modified liquid nitrogen. And we're out. I did things a little bit out of order there, but that's no biggie. It's a good set piece. That was a good set piece. Now we're on to chapter 5, where it's mostly just going to be point A to point B. There's not too much that we're doing outside of the bounds of the story structure. But we did add something in from chapter 6 into this chapter. Now we get our money back, and Chitose has officially joined us in our party. Now we're going to be getting introduced to the drink links. Where we can get boosted statuses and stuff like that with our party members. And it first unlocks the tag team abilities with our party members. And first, we're going to get that with Tomy here in this tutorial. This is also a good opportunity for personality traits, but unfortunately, these first choices don't get us anything we want. Okay. Now we head on and rest, and we'll get on with more of the story. But before we do, just going to do one more quick Tomy Bond conversation by heading off to the west here. The closest we'll ever get to it on our own. Head on over to the orphanage. That taxi we unlocked all the way back in the last chapter puts us straight into the cutscene. And this introduces us to Polycana, a charitable organization here in Hawaii. Basically going to be spending this entire chapter tailing them and helping out as we can. Being fine folks, the fine folks that we are. Love to watch baseball at the stadium. It's another Bond choice. Get another taxi while we're here. Gonna be a while before we use that one, but important to grab. Street Surfer's getting low, so we're gonna charge that up to full. Head onto this cutscene from the back, and hopefully we have a quick fight here that'll end before it even begins. Front guy guarded. Oh, he has more HP. Gonna have to actually do some damage here. If it's one of the back guy who guards, Kiryu can just finish him off with a regular attack, but that guy in the front has too much HP, so had to go for instead the guard break attack. We'll head on over to East Aloha Street to finally finish up the 3-part sub-story that we started in the last chapter. The Kazumi sub-story, and that's going to get us the Kazumi Pound Mate. He is one of 2 Pound Mates that we're going to be using constantly through this speedrun. And by Pound Mates, I mean summons. That is what the summons are called in this game. And while we're here, again, we want some more agility. It's going to make the next 3 fights of this chapter much smoother. Do the same exact pathway back to Cosme as before. Cosme's trying to set up a music video, but the wind's just not strong enough. It's not flowing his hair as well as he needs it to be. So we're going to help him summon the wind. Shake them hips, Ichi. And lastly, spin. And now Cosme's unlocked. Not even any extra fights or anything we have to do for it. Stop by Seaside Avenue real quick. Get a tummy bond. Head on over to Waikiki, and finally, as with previous entries or previous Yakuza games, and especially Yakuza Like a Dragon, Chapter 5 is where the game really opens up. A ton of sub-stories open up. You get introduced to the job system, which we're just about to get to. Our first Bond bingo with Tomi, and it's not going to be our last. Again, we have another cutscene that we can't skip, but we got to mash through. And now, our first job unlock, and this is why we don't unlock many jobs. This is an unskippable cutscene. Got about 30 seconds. Where Ichi learns to be a professional surfer and unlocks the Aquanaut job class. Pretty fun job class, casually. Ichi's actually going to be ending up on Aquanaut for basically the rest of the early game. Not because it's that strong. There's a couple benefits that we're going to get from it, but mostly it's going to get him an ability that we're going to inherit onto a different job class later, because that's another thing this game has. You can unlock abilities, and then depending on how high your bond is, you can give those abilities to other jobs to make a super job, and we make amazing use of it. It is incredibly nice being able to keep some class jobs. Ichi, you change to Aquanaut, and how about Judgment? Judgment, Ichi. So if we didn't get if we only got 10 pictures, this would be our chance to get our 10th. This is a mandatory one. Talk to Aloe Happy and just mash through it. Got one more segment before we actually get to any fights. Gotta go on the beach. Do some more charitable work with Palikana. We gotta keep an eye out for these sand dunes. These little sand mounds can actually be enemies, and they don't really give you much detection radius to give you proper warning. We got through that without enemies, and now we're going to do another fight. On to Crystal Aloha Resort, we have one bit of gear that increases how much money we get from fights by 15%. So how about another? How about another? Hopefully everything lines up. This fight is very annoying. We don't have a whole lot of extra grenades to work with, so hopefully these ads spawn close to the king. They did not. That should hopefully hit the majority of them. Didn't hit the king, but that's okay. So we have the modified incendiaries for. We're hoping for a status. Perfect. That should also hit both. Perfect. Okay, this should be in the clear. So we still have 2 volleyballs that we can use. 1. And a 2. Goodbye. Perfect. That's a perfect fight. That gives us the crown. We don't need to equip it quite yet. We're going to be doing a menu in a little bit. So save ourselves a little bit of menuing time by not equipping it yet. It would not only get us one fight's worth of money. So not too much we're losing by delaying the equip. Not enough to matter substantially. And now, again, another new thing we're introduced to in Chapter 5 is going to be the Hawaiian Haunt, a randomized dungeon that you can explore through and get a bunch of neat gear and items and upgrade materials and things. And we don't really want to do we want to do as least amount of it as possible. We have to do the first 3 floors here as standard. The last one's just a boss fight, and this one is always the exact same layout, but the individual rooms might be slightly different. But this next one is completely random. I'm just gonna have to give it my best guess, and a lot of the times I just don't like going straight anyway. Okay, no exits there. Mostly just paying attention to the mini-map. This is looking good. No, come on. Ugh, this is a really bad one. There's only so many room layouts that are in the pool, so ideally we'll get to a point where we can just map it out and have to not worry about it at all. But alas, right now it's just going a direction and praying it's the correct one. But we didn't even have to like dodge any fights, so still not the worst. And we didn't get into any fights, which is critical because we needed to maintain our agility buffs for the final floor boss fight that it puts us into against these leggy gentlemen. No, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. I'm gonna have to make a detour. I'm gonna have to make a detour and get a volleyball. There is no getting around that. I needed to maintain that volleyball. Downside of having to menu quickly is sometimes you might miss an input and cause bad things to happen. Luckily, this guy's weak to lightning. Not the worst thing in the world. A little bit slow of a fight, but it's mostly unfortunate that I'm going to have to go get a volleyball. Actually, I'll get it in Chapter 6. I'll get it in Chapter 6. I just need to remember it for Chapter 6. Because we end up pretty close to that shop anyway, so we'll just have to get it there. We'll lose a little bit of time in Chapter 6, but that's okay. Unfortunate, but not unrecoverable. Major downsides is, man, dropped inputs or maybe going a little bit too fast with your menuing and it doesn't pick it all up, or maybe just making a simple mistake and can mess up a lot of things. But we used up all the things we had, so let's get back all of our modified grenades. At this point in the game, the enemies will kind of shrug off our weak grenades now. So we will get only the modified ones from now on.
Thank you for
Gear each gets an optimize. And we leave with Lantern Street. Into the final fight of this set piece, and again we are making sure to maintain our agility buffs for this fight because we need Chitose to outspeed this first enemy so that she can get a lot of liquid nitrogen back there. Perfect. To mod flashbangs. That should take out the other ad as well. Perfect. This is a perfect fight. Would have hoped for a paralysis, but he doesn't pass move anyway. Couple more mod flashbangs and we are done. Give him a little dance. Okay. Pretty solid. Pretty solid chapter 5 outside of the end of Hawaiian Honk. A pretty simple recovery. It only probably lost about 15-20 seconds. And we'll lose another 10 seconds in chapter 6. Because I need to re-grab one volleyball for one specific fight. Unfortunately. But we end up right next to the shop in the middle of that chapter. So, not the worst. Not the worst, just unfortunate.
Yo.
Okay. After all that, did all the work, charity work with Polycana. Did not really help us out all that much in trying to figure out where Ichi's mom is. So Ichi's instead come up with a plan where he's going to broadcast his location to the world. And hopefully get the attention of all the people that are hunting down his mom. It is going to draw his attention all to Ichi, but he's not terribly concerned about that. One more quick fight here. Good fight. And then we get to, oh boy. What a time of the speedrun. A time indeed. Welcome to these friends and welcome to Dondoko Island. This is Animal Crossing. Gotta clear out some trash. The auto target for these bat swings is very awkward. You can charge up to do a big AoE swing, but it usually is not worth the time spent doing it. We got some thugs on the island. Let's give them a little smack. And again, I'm kind of a little bit fastest, like do an attack and then just delay it slightly to reset into that first attack rather than doing the chain. Now, ideally, we want to break 2 rocks and a tree here. And do a couple hits. That's all the materials we need. And we're out of here. Gotta learn how to do it DIY. Oh, make a toilet, please, Ichi. Holding R1 for the mashing. Slowing me down. Mighty fine toilet you crafted there, Ichi.
Oh.
Mash through all of these tutorials, and they finally let us off the reins. And welcome to the 15-minute break. Obviously, for the sake of a marathon setting, we would just skip right over this, but I'll explain why. So in earlier routes of this, we used to do basically everything in Dondoko. We would achieve the 1-star ranking, which gets us an extra $10,000, which is massive, and we make good use of that. The downside, we are forced to do the 2 days here anyway, so we're just like, oh, hey, we're here already for the first 2 days. Nothing really to do, so we might as well complete the 1-star rank. Downside, the time only progresses here when you're doing basically nothing. It just goes off of the in-game timer, which basically stops whenever you go into a menu, do any crafting, pick up any bugs, any special things that pop up, talking to anyone. All those things do not count towards the timer, so they would just they just slow us down. So we were doing so many things that actually, in the end, with all the 1-star activities we did, it added a good like 3.5 minutes of extra stuff versus just doing absolutely nothing, which didn't make, or which felt like it was worth it for the longest time. But now that we have the shogi glitch and we got those 2 revolvers very early on, now we have enough money and we can compensate in later fights with slightly less money that we can just do nothing. Yeah. This is the snack time. This is the big break. And obviously in the VOD of this for submission to RPG Limit Break, I will say, look at this riveting gameplay that we're missing out on. But for the sake of a marathon, we would quite literally just skip past this. But for the sake of the speed run, the state of your equipment going into Dondoko is too important that we can't say here's a save that you take for leaving Dondoko. Because we've had way too many route changes and we can't keep that save up to date, as well as then you would optimize everything to get to this point, and then you would basically get the free bonus of extra stuff for whatever state we leave Dondoko in. So alas, the most optimal strat, the most time-saving strat is to do absolutely nothing for about 15 minutes. It's about 7.5 minutes per day. And at the end of the first day, it's going to force us into ending the day. But then the second day, we just have to wait out the time until it says, hey, it's getting late, and then end the day. So this is quite literally the 15-minute break. I'm going to go to the bathroom and stretch, and I advise y'all to do the same. Take a little break. Because it's our last real break for the speedrun. Got a couple minutes left of this first day. Just chill. Oh, hi, Kippy. You want up? Yeah, Kippy. Yeah, kitten. animal break time. Thank you, B. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kabi. Okay. All right. Should be ending the first day in 30 seconds here, and then we got another 7-minute break. Pretty much as soon as that bar in the bottom left, as soon as that sun hits that section,
あ、わかった。
さいだら
turn in for the day. Vroom. On to the second day.
わかった。張り切ってこう。
And begin. And we're done. Nothing to do here. I'm just going to wait by the door because as soon as we can't end the day until it says that it's getting late. So I'm just going to sit here by the door and take another stretch break. Be here for about 6 more minutes. Hope you've enjoyed the subtle sounds of wilderness and bugs. There's lost in them. Probably one more minute, and then finally we'll be able to just leave this dang place. Boodoo, boodoo, boodoo. Boodoo, boodoo, boodoo. Almost there. Probably 30 more seconds. And finally we can get back to the run. Leave Dondoko behind. As soon as it says it's getting late, wrap it up. Get out of here. Now it sets us up for more things, gets us all set up, and finally, we can just get the heck out of here. And leave Dondoko behind. Get a very hefty time save. Because we don't do a whole lot of anything there anymore. Oh, come on. That attack, he's buried in the middle of all those little icons. So it makes it frustrating to actually land the fast travel point. All right, now we're back to it. Back into the main game. Getting us all set up. Going to Anaconda Shopping Center. And after this fight is where I'll re-grab the volleyball that I so foolishly wasted in Chapter 5. Because now that we've attracted all the various people's attention, now we've attracted the attention of the Chinese mafia, the Gangzhi, or however it's pronounced. I apologize for my terrible pronunciations. I want to take out these guys as fast as possible. Unfortunately, they're moving. Oh, that actually might be perfect if they don't move too much anymore. Ah, auto target didn't get the right targets. Usually they don't get this many turns. Could you back up a little bit closer to one of your friends? Oh, come on. This is really bad. Hopefully I can take that guy down. Yeah, this is really bad. We only have so many to spare. Just go for Cali sticks, I guess. This is a really bad fight. It's unfortunate. There's not really a whole lot that we can do. We only have a certain amount of grenades, and they just, oh boy, they just spread apart so much. I could have potentially done a Kiryu tag team, but it just really wasn't lining up for me. Luckily that one ended instantly. Second phase, they're all nice and grouped up for an attack. Yeah, that was really poor luck. They just were not wanting to line up. Okay, and right here, normally we would fast travel down south to skip out this little cuts or this run sequence, but I need to purchase one bullet. Luckily, I have enough of leftover money routed in that that's not a problem. And this actually doesn't lose that much time, so good backup. Oh, thought we weren't going to see this guy again. That gets rid of all those ads. Yamai gets one turn, and he has his sights only for Ichi, or only for Kiryu. Oh, weird. That hit. Oh, what? What is happening in this game? Oh, what is happening in this game? Well, this is our first use of a hallucinogenic bomb. We can apply elemental debuffs now in this game. And these elemental debuffs, this first one is a 30% damage increase that stacks multiplicatively. With the innate elemental resist or elemental weakness that Yamai has. So he's taking 1.5 times 1.3 damage to those grenades. And that is a lot of damage. Makes it nice and consistent. Very fast fight. Shortest taxi in the west, but it saves a little bit of time. Again, we're trying to just get out as much information as possible on Ichi's mom's location. These guys are not playing nice, though. Beautiful. This is our last flashbang. Close that fight off. Good fights. Good fights. Over to Lantern Street. Progress onto the story. We're thinking that the Chinese mafia will know where Ichi's mom is, so we gotta invade their secret underground casino to try and suss out information and where their leader is. Gotta talk to Kiryu in order to progress. Head on up to Kolonahe. Because finally, after all this time, we're gonna be using those modified rocket launchers that we got all the way back in Chapter 4. And keeping them in stock for just such an occasion. Still gotta restock up on these, though.
Thank you for...
So, where am I going? A little bit forward. I was moving my head. Or my head was 3 chapters ahead. Gotta go here first. Talk to Mr. Hanawa. And head on in to the Chinese Mafia HQ to take on the boss. Face first. A gentleman known as a Wong To. And I love the intro cinematic for Wong To. I love this tag team action between Kiryu and Ichi. It's awesome. We used our first elemental debuff grenade on the Yamai fight. Wong To's weak to fire. We got a grenade just for that. Oh, we got an intoxication bomb. Now we're hoping these ads group up next to Mr. Wong To. so that we can hit with a modified rocket launcher. Hit. At least multiple of them. And a thing that is not supposed to really happen, but does, is that Wangto is also weak to gun. Volleyball counts as gun damage, but he's also weak to fire. Ichi's current weapon that he has equipped, the jetboard, is fire innate. And that's being applied accidentally to the volleyball. So we're throwing a fire volleyball instead, and that gives us an additional percentage of damage. And that is actually just enough damage to clinch the damage range on Wangto here. So after he gets back up from this cutscene, we are going to hit him with one more modified rocket launcher, and goodbye. And now we have one modified liquid nitrogen that we can use to start dealing with these ads. We have one modified incendiary as well. Nice. I'm actually going to save it, because Ichi can give him some flippers. Hopefully, I don't think this will kill, but it should mean that Chitose can kill. Yeah, Chitose. Ideally, those ads are grouped up nicely around Wangto, but it's just pure RNG if they're actually going to be. Not a terrible fight. I've seen much worse where like all the ads are left with full HP and they don't group up for grenades or anything. Quick pit stop here. Get some mental supplements for the next chapter because there's some nasty status effects that we don't want to have to deal with. And now we are going to do some modified incendiary grenades. Perfect. Didn't have to do anything special here. And now, unfortunately, with this fight, these enemies love to outspeed us. Hopefully not too badly. Hopefully Chitose and Kiryu will both outspeed and we can take them out before they do anything. Oh, bad turn order. This is unfortunate. Oh man, they are so spread apart. Man, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know who to hit. They're so spread apart. This is a really bad fight. Oh, they're so spread apart, man. Here you can tag team to do some different damage in a line rather than an AoE. Oh, this is really bad. Hopefully those two stay close to each other. Hopefully I can take out both of those. Okay. All right, we got a bit of a recovery, but they got a lot of attacks off. Not ideal, but manageable. We'll take it. We will take it. Not the worst, not amazing. Yeah, all that time save is like all the stuff we took out of chapter 6 and no Dondoko, so massive time saves in chapter 6. Oh hey, he's back again. Still got his eyes set on Kiryu. And I'm actually going to do a little bit of audible hope for paralysis. Dang it. I got a paralysis. Unfortunately, we used to have enough money to be able to do this fight very quickly. Oh no. That's bad. That auto target is very bad. I needed that liquid nitrogen onto Yamai. This is gonna be awkward. Might have to prematurely use that rocket launcher. That's a lot of damage that we're missing on Yamai now. Yeah. Howdy crew. Thanks for stopping by. Coffee. Modified liquid nitrogen. Ugh, how am I gonna make up this damage? She needs to heal. This is really bad. This is really bad. I think I'm gonna have to use a couple fire grenades. Okay. I have one more fire grenade to use. Take care of that guy before he does anything. This was a very bad fight. This won't kill, will it? Okay, got a stun. Okay. Ugh, very bad. Very bad. You 100% need all of your modified liquid nitrogens hitting Yamai. And auto target just decided to target who I was not expecting. Ugh, bad fight. Bad fight, but we kept all of our important resources for the future. Okay. Back to it. Gotta give a chat to everyone. Because now Yamai is... Not only did he have all of his sights just for Kiryu, he's now captured Kiryu. We gotta get him back. Yeah, well, come on in, Fruit. We're actually... It's been a pretty good run up until that shenanigans. But now we're calling some backup. We can't quite do it without Kiryu to save him, so gotta bring back the boys. Back in tropical gear.
What are you staring at? What are you
Grab this fun conversation. And then Chitose here. Start with her. She gets value pack insult. Told you are going to steal all of Adachi's stuff. And then Nanba, you steal all of Kiryu's stuff.
staring at?
Gosh dang, I'm a little parched. After all that time in the... After all that time in the fire fighting Yamai, a little parched. Had to stop by for some beers. It's actually very important. They're nice MP healing items for when we're going to be using more of our skills, which is going to be coming up very soon. This is the last chapter where thrown items are going to be our primary damage source, and you're going to see very clearly why that is the case. But also, they apply the drunk status, which is going to be critical as well. No, hopefully that blows up early. Oh, unfortunate that guy didn't get caught in the mess, and the guys didn't fly all in the same direction. Okay, got them all at least. At least we can give this guy the fish. Oh, this is really... He's not weak to fire. Man. That's bad. I actually used too much MP with... I used too much MP there. That is unfortunate. Man. These fights in Chapter 7 are so finicky. We don't have much of our resources left. And if the enemies decide to move out of the way like they did there, then... you just kind of have to recover as best you can. This is definitely one of the heaviest RNG swinging chapters of the speedrun. There's so many fights like that where an enemy will just run off into the middle of nowhere and ruin all of our best laid plans.
Thank you for...
Oh, come on. Off to Yamai HQ set piece. And we are hoping that enemies are going to play nice. Everyone stay perfectly still. Hopefully that blows up on the right target. Beautiful. That hit literally everyone. And the other two guys remaining are standing next to each other, so I can skip them down with pigeon. Or maybe not. They might not be close enough. Dang it. Ah! Come on. Was going to be a super fast fight. Unfortunate. I'm going to have to do an early MP heal after this fight. Let's hope I can get this out early. Before they move. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm going to need MP heal onto Nanba quick. Party out as well while we're at it. Adachi's is gonna get back in the party and show us his fancy new ability. Maybe not in this fight. If this fight goes well, then we won't see it. But Adachi comes back to us incredibly slow, but with quite a lovely ability. Hopefully this fight goes perfectly. We need all these enemies to stand still. That was awkward, but should hit them all. Get pigeon while they're still not moving. And modified rocket launcher. Please hit both. Okay, that's fine. It took care of one. I went fast. Unfortunate. But you get to see Adachi's fancy new ability. Just flat out arrests them. That is an instant kill move. That just ends the fight. Or that applies the instant kill status as a grapple. And it is basically 100% accurate. It is incredibly strong. Okay, now I'm also going to do another heal. And here, Chitose and Nanba get optimized, because now those pigeons that Nanba's been wielding actually inherit Nanba's element. So now that we gave him an ice elemental weapon, he now has ice damage on his pigeons. No, just go for an attack. Finish that guy off. Hopefully he's standing close. Good. Adachi arrests me. We could have gone for a pigeon there, but I decided to save MP because I've already been using far too much MP. I used my MP heals way too early. Making our way around this defunct movie theater. This is a incendiary. Yes. And a pigeon. That fight, conveniently, one of the ones that are located all right in one big group for us. This fight, on the other hand, not the case. These guys are... We got 4 guys in 3 different corners of the room. It's terrible. Gonna use one more of a regular rocket launcher to take down these 2 in the... Adachi! Excuse me, mister. This chapter's going great. Get him with the chair, Adachi, at least. Ay, ay, ay. Chapter 7 is doing what Chapter 7 does best. Nanba heal just in case for this fight, because these enemies can get a turn off and they are rather dangerous. Perfect. Hit them all. Pigeons while they're all still in that nice, lovely little cluster. Get them again while they're still haven't moved. And those status effects will finish the job for us. Good fight. All right. Adachi's had his time to shine, but now he's got to get back up. Because unfortunately, Adachi at this point in the speedrun is he's innately one of the slowest party members by far in this game. And he's on detective class, which is the slowest job class. Adachi practically has negative agility at this point. So we need someone who's going to be doing more turns in the boss fight to come, because, oh boy, it's a doozy. And we don't have a certain summon yet, because we don't have the money for it. So we manage this as best we can without our good friend Kazumi. And it's not too bad. Everything should go smoothly. It can go a little bit faster if he does not get healed mid-combat. But he usually does. So we got plans for it. It'll be good no matter what happens. Also, ow. Just smacked Ichi's forearm with a crowbar. This one, these ads are very frustrating. So we don't like to deal with them. Goodbye. Get out of my face. And then we start increasing the elemental debuff. Not once, not twice. We're gonna go all 3 times. Max out his elemental debuff. We need to perfect guard as best we can to maintain our HP. Okay, that's okay that Tomi gets hurt. Namba's not doing great on HP, but that's okay. We'll manage that with Ichi's turn. Now after all this, finally, fully debuff stacked. We're going to be doing some good chunky damage with these liquid nitrogens. And we positioned this perfectly because as soon as he does this phase transition, it's automatically Yamai's turn. So we didn't want to give him an extra turn, so it timed it just when he was about to go. Yeah, oh, Namba's not going to be doing great. Oh boy. Okay, good. Thank you for not going for another attack. Okay, he didn't get healed either. That's good. Should be good. Namba's got a magical skill. That's going to do a good chunk of damage. Ichi, you're actually going to do a heal for us. Please heal Namba. Good. Now we're just going to go full-blown into the attacks. And hopefully that is enough damage. This is square. I always find that animation silly. It's just flying through the air. And one modified liquid nitrogen. And now hopefully he should just do a bunch of this. Get himself all prepped and ready for a future fight. Oh, he gets one attack. I need to guard this. If I failed that, he was down. Well, luckily, he didn't get a heal, so we don't even need the extra damage. We are out of here. Oh, boy. He did not want Nanba to live. Oh, boy. Because if I did not hit perfect guard that final hit especially, he has a follow-up opportune attack. So if I whiffed that, Nanba would have been dead to rights. Oh, boy. terrifying. Well, we've rescued Kiryu, and he's not so great a condition, so he's getting flown back to Japan along with Nanba. And now, after everything we've done, we have enough intellect where we can go and unlock one job class that's going to be critical for everything we do. Please, my right D-pad was not inputting. We're gonna do some yoga. Get another minute-long cutscene break here. Find out that me and Dachi are alike. We need to stretch. Can't quite do the yoga stretches from the chair, but alas, this is another unskippable cutscene. Chitose is a master, though, by the way. And this will unlock the Kunoichi job class for our female party members. It is by far the most powerful job class for our female party members. It is insanely powerful, insanely fast, very utility heavy moves. It's got everything we need. So every single female party member is going to be this job class thing. Not right now. We're just unlocking it for the next chapter. And now we finish out this chapter with hopefully a very nice cooperative fight. I say, knowing that this fight has full been a major pain in my butt lately.
I'll take you down.
Mod flashbang onto these gentlemen back here. Hope for paralysis. Nice scout. Mod incendiary to hopefully take down some of these guys. Beautiful. Flashbang. Will that hit both? Please? Dang it. Okay. Gonna have to give them the fish. That's okay, because Adachi's got one thing for these fine, big boss fight enemies. And a rest. I'm gonna try and conserve a grenade for this next fight. So I'm gonna hit this guy with the fish. It's knockback damage. This guy has a lot of HP, actually. Oh, he guarded, though. Can do a little dance. Ah, it's not enough. Dang it. It's unfortunately a little slow. Sir, where were you aiming? Ah, this is the one who's weak to fire. Of course. Unfortunate. That guy was a bit of a pain in the butt, but we'll take what we can get. Again, there's like no good Chapter 7 fights. Chapter 7 is just tough, rough RNG fight after rough RNG fight. I'm happy with at least getting that. We were able to conserve one of our grenades into this fight, which is so much better. So much more manageable. Because now we're back in Japan, and now this game starts with a two-party system. We've got Kiryu and friends in Japan, and Ichi and friends in Hawaii. Got Kiryu, Namba, and now Sonhee joins the party as a playable character. Kiryu, you need crown, you need Ichi's shoes, you need Yakuza training gear, because you need XP galore with that, and Sonhee, money, and delay. Turns out Kiryu learned a thing or two from Ichi while he was in Hawaii. Enemies also still look weird for Kiryu now too. Come on. Will that hit all of them? Good. I'll just stay right there. There. This is how the fight is supposed to look. This is why we like desperately want to maintain. That's why we desperately wanted to maintain our grenade into this fight, because it makes it so much more consistent. Love that delayed sound effect after the cutscene. Smack! Nanba got him. Yeah, Sonhee is incredible. She is so stinking powerful. She's gonna be our primary damage dealers for the rest of the run. Her assassin job class is probably the second best female job class. Oh, come on. And TJ currently in his route does utilize the assassin job class for a few chapters. Mine unfortunately does not. We're still going to use it for a bit, and we're going to steal one of its fantastic abilities, but that's all we're going to see of it. And now for some reason we have to just gallivant across Ijincho here. Can't do any taxiing yet. So we're going to take this time to run through a route that's going to get us quite a few non-Baband conversations. Another one as we're entering Aloe Happy, where we need to go. Turns out they have a division in Ijincho, so now we can do our job changes when we get to it. Not going to do it quite yet. Instead, we're just going to drive along here. Oh. Tempt fate. These guys were very close, but okay. Grab the most important weapon of the speed run, the Prestige. There's a few job classes that have returned from Yakuza Like a Dragon. One of them was one of the main ones that we used in the speedrun of Yakuza Like a Dragon, and it comes back. It's the host job class. And that wine, the Prestige, increases how much damage the host does based on how drunk they are. So we're going to be managing how drunk our allies are. Downstairs. Come on. There we go. And we're doing all this because Kiryu's not looking so hot on his health. So we're trying to get Kiryu to, just have a good time. Just visit people he hasn't seen in a while. Just play some baseball. Just enjoy life, man. Yeah. Got another friend joining Kiryu's party. We got Sayako back. Sayako is fantastic. Puts us right next to this area. And next to this safe, the expert helmet. Right next to a non-Baband. What's another thing that Kiryu loves to do? It's karaoke. You'll hear a few seconds of a very familiar tune. But unfortunately, that's all you're going to get. I wish we could hear it all. Okay. From here, we head on over to the B. We finally have exhausted all of our grenades. We're not quite done with them. You're starting to really see that their damage is starting to fall off in terms of comparison to our skills. Still need them as a good option for a little bit longer. Buy coffees, quickness lemons, and Poseidon powers. Head on over to here. Nope, I do not need to buy a present. Thank you very much. Buy mod rockets and refill everything else. Had to make sure not to buy regular rockets because I made that mistake last time I tried. Head on over here, get a military insoles. Head on back to Rose Blossom Cabaret. And now I'm not going to forget the thing. We're going to go back home. We're going to rest. And then after we rest, we're going to run into the alley and get a certain pair of shoes. I forgot this last time and it ruined a whole lot of stuff. So, not forgetting it this time. Drive into this alley behind the soap land or this safe, which has the safety shoes. And as we've been trying to just have a good time, we've been informed that the Seiryu clan's gotten a little out of hand. This place might seem familiar. It's now the Seiryu clans. During this entire game, they've just been like, no, we really don't, we want to change how the Yakuza are, and we're trying to just develop a new way forward. And then they just following in the footsteps of old. Surely not suspicious behavior. All right. More cutscenes, quick. As Kiryu visits Kazuma's grave. And then this will put us right next to another safe. That'll get us the military armor that is useful for one fight. Just one fight. But that fight is 100% necessary for us to grab this. We head on back, and finally we'll be able to get back into some fighting rather than just running around for story and setup. Oh, shoot, I realized that I had an extra flashbang that I could have used on the stinking... end of Chapter 7 fight. Because I didn't have to use one for Yamai. Usually we have to because he gets healed in that fight. But he didn't get healed, so didn't have to do that. Real quick, I grab this. It's not necessary, but it's only a few seconds to grab. Right next to the cutscene. Get that just so that later on Kiryu is going to get a passive to his brawler stance that makes him counterattack with perfect guards. And it ends enemy animations faster, so it's nice to have. Just in case. Not really necessary, but we'll take it. Ah, liquid nitrogen flashbang. Give this guy some hot feet. Oh yeah, Date's here. Date informed Kiryu that one of his orphanage kids was in the area. So we got to go say hi and find out he's become a fine gentleman. A fine gentleman, that boy's name. we gotta go abandon off to do some other stuff. Oddly enough, this feels like it's taking us to the wrong spot. I could have sworn that there's like a super boss in this area back here. It's telling us we gotta go there. Hello, controller, please. Controller, come back to me. Thanks, controller. But I could have sworn this was where the super boss was. Why is this story taking us back here? Surely this is a mistake. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. Yeah, we actually need to die in that fight. And we actually gave Kiryu the XP increasing armor that decreases his HP so that he'd die a little bit faster. But now we get Kiryu's fancy new ability. He gets to have the full-blown brawler style gameplay. And now we just mash away on Mr. Joamon here until he gets defeated. It's a very powerful skill that Kiryu gets, and we make good use of it later on. But for now, that was just the tutorial. And now the game kind of just sets us free to do whatever we want and then come back for the story, and we're gonna do a lot of things. We get this, then we go to Le Nouveau Hama. Back into here. We want Namba to reach bond level 20 with Kiryu. He's almost there. And that party chat or that table talk is going to do a good way of getting in there. Just about there. Only need a little bit more. Such as that party chat right there. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Grab this safe. Serve for some more speed increasing boots, as well as good armor. Get another party chat there. Gotta kind of wait a little bit for that party chat. And now Namba's hit level 20, or bond level 20, which is where we need him to be so that he can transform into the host job class. A little detour over here. Back over here for the second gold safe. For another job class that's returned. Safety shroom. Thank you, True Plot. I already got it. But thank you for the reminder. And now, finally, with everything set up, we can actually change jobs. Nanba, you become the host. Sonhi, you become Kunoichi, and Saiko can become the idol. Do some gear. Kiryu gets an optimize. You remove that. You get military in souls. Nanba, you get the Yakuza training gear, and you remove the value pack. Sonhi, you get ankle weights. Overlay, you steal Namba's shoes and you put on money. And Saiko gets an optimize and she gets the happy lay. Heal up and we head on up to Genai Station. Because now that we have everyone set up with their jobs, we're actually going to, ahead of time, much earlier than we used to. We used to do these fights in Chapter 10, but now everyone's already got their jobs, so might as well do it now. Do some extra fights here against some keepers that'll give us big, healthy chunks of XP. The Japan side of things definitely needs a lot more experience than the Hawaii side. And we're going to start getting that XP here. And we're gonna show you. And now we finally get to use Kazumi, our summon. And you can see why he's so strong. Quite literally just that fight, or all those ads that have so much HP and are all over the place. It's just a full screen 1000 damage. Extremely, extremely powerful. And with our XP buff that we got from our meal, this gives us a healthy dose of experience, job experience. We're starting to really ramp up this side. The Japan side of things gets 100% kind of screwed over XP wise, and they need so much more than Hawaii. So we need to make up for that now. We start with the intoxication of the Sturm Worm. Have a little coffee. Because not only do these fights get us a ton of XP, which we desperately need. I might have to... Okay, he's still fine. He's still there. This is just going to be slow. He didn't run away. I was supposed to cause me before I coffeed. That's my bad. This guy needs to stand up for the other rocket. Shoot, that actually means he's gonna heal. I'm gonna have to have Nanba wish him happy birthday, I think. Sir. This is why I didn't heal. So actually that's good. This is just slow. I was supposed to cause me. I was too busy in my rant. And now the fight's done. Was supposed to be done earlier, but we'll take it. The main enemy we didn't want to run away. It didn't run away, so we got all of the money and XP we were looking for. But yeah, not only does this get us a lot of XP and job points, it also gets us a ton of money. You were seeing that we sold those revolvers early on in the game for 300,000 yen each. In that last fight, we just got 3 million yen. Just as soon as we hit at chapter 8, this game throws so much more money at us. And we need every ounce we can get. Which is also why we're taking some of these fights. These are some of our fastest ones. We got a good fear off with that hallucinogenic, which is nice. And we're just gonna light this guy up with some liquid nitrogens and heal him down in no time at all. And Nanba actually has a good weapon. He's got the prestige equipped, so we're gonna give him some tasty wine. That might save me $100 and a turn. Not quite. Just once. I think he died of the status effect, but we're just gonna play it safe. And not only can we explore Ijincho while in Japan, we can also freely explore Kamurocho. I did not refill, but I did need to run on over to this area for a lovely spot of food for 3 agility memes. Because that little bit of extra XP that we got, and the extra level ups, make these next fights much more manageable with the agility gear. Before, we used to be so underleveled that the agility gear, or the agility buff that we got from the meal, was not even enough to truly guarantee we outspeed. But now that we have the extra couple levels as well on top, that will put us over the line and make it very easy to get through these next few fights. Get our military insole. Head on over to Tenkaiji Street. This time we're going to be doing some memoirs, some of the sub-stories that Kiryu can do. We're going to be starting off with Pocket Circuit. You gotta fend off these dang thugs. And these memoirs give us a ton of money. So we're gonna make sure we do that. Make sure we get Kazumi. Make sure we essence a pistol. Ogihara seems a little bit weaker. These guys are weak to pistols, so we'll finish them off and then wish this gentleman a happy birthday. And that gets us the Transcendent in Souls. Insanely, insanely potent agility gear. So, gear Kiryu, you need leather shoes, and Nanba gets an optimize, and he gets Transcendent in Souls. Over to East Taihei Boulevard for another memoir, this time with Mr. Komaki. But this time we're going to save prematurely because we're going to be doing a trick that is 80% accurate. So we are going to just be careful with it. And if we fail, we can just quickly reload. Coffee. Need to aim kawaii with the golden finger. Sir, fork it over. 3.75 million yen just sitting in that gentleman's pocket. And then another 4.7 million yen from the fight itself. Very good. We do not want to fight Mr. Komaki. Oh, shoot. Go to Pink Street entrance quick here. Get some lovely CC lemons. Get muscle sodas, very, very powerful buff items. Head on up to the pawn shop, refill all of our grenades yet again. And that is the last time we're going to be upping our grenades. We'll still get some mod rockets, but those grenades are going to be our last ones. Back to Ijincho. And then one last memoir before we finally close out this chapter. May seem like we're taking our sweet time in this chapter, but we're just basically moving a lot of stuff from chapter 10 back into chapter 8. So we'll be seeing the dividends pay off huge in chapter 8 and chapter 9. And again, this is another one we're going to be stealing money from, so we're going to save before we trigger it. Just in case it doesn't go our way. Same drill as before. Coffee. Golden finger onto Hashimoto. What do you got in that jacket? 3.75 million yen. And we're done with fight. Kazumi is so powerful. Basically any fight that we can now where it's just very simple enemies, we are going to be using Kazumi. We now have a ton of money to work with. Now we're finally done with the fights, and we just got a little bit left of... Oh! Nice vault, Kiryu, but that was in the wrong direction. Now we got a few more things that we want to collect before we make our way to the end of this chapter. In the form of more buffing items, or more stat increasing accessories. Come into here and get 2 silver bracelets. Peek around the outside here. Again, I'm gonna do a little bit of snaking for increased speed. Get a superpower ring here. And head on to West Central Street. Gonna go back to the first pawn shop we ever visited in this whole dang game. Or to Benten Pawn, and we're gonna get a lot of stuff. We are going to get intoxication, hallucinogenic, smoke bombs, don't equip, don't equip, don't equip, and don't equip.
Yes.
I'm going to sell some items for faster inventory. Shoot, I always forget to sell other items. These makes our menuing faster later on. We're going to sell equipment. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3. It's not really necessary for us to sell those. It's a nice little bit of money, but mostly it just makes my menuing faster. So I don't have to work around them as much. I can instead just go straight for it. Head on back here, and finally, say finally, we still have one more pit stop. One more pit stop before we close out this chapter. We're gonna grab, refill all of our coffees. Stop by Love Magic one more time with their brand new inventory. Get one of these, don't equip, equip kitty, headband, don't equip, don't equip, don't equip. Here you get some lovely kitty ear headbands, which come into play for specifically one fight now in the speedrun. One fight, that is the second to last fight in the game. Now, in the meantime, we gotta close this out. Still a good chunk of money we can get from here. And as powerful as pound mates are, using more than one of them in a fight is not feasible. Not in the slightest, because it increases in cost about 20 times. If you use it more than once in a fight. We have a lot of money. We don't have that money. Not yet. We will be getting there. Okay. Looks like we lost a good chunk of time. That's all time that's basically cut out of chapter 10. So, no big worries. We're going to get a massive speed increase in chapter 10. And now we're into chapter 9. We're doing our setup chapter for Hawaii this time. And this one will go much faster. Not nearly as much to do because we got all the money and resources that we really needed from Hawaii. Or from Japan. And it's a shared inventory between the two. And we secretly also set up for our weapon swapping glitch in the previous chapter. Just by changing Sonhee to the job that she needed to be on. Are they too close? Ah! That's okay. We bought smoke bombs from that tree, from our last Ben 10 pawn trip, just for such an occasion. Because some of these fights in these narrow hallways, or these narrow streets, are difficult to get past. And we're going to stop by here for 1, 2, 3, and do an equip. Here, Ichi, you need wind sneakers, transcendent and military insoles. Chitose, you get lucky money and happy lay. Tomi, you get Yakuza training gear and ankle weights. And Lolita shoes. Then Adachi gets wind sneakers, money crown, and double military insoles. And also, can't forget this, Sonhee needs a hero's knife. She was on the Kunoichi job class without any weapon whatsoever, which is perfectly fine. She wasn't going to be doing any attacks in the chapter. But more importantly, we're going to be setting up the glitch with the weapon that we just gave to her. Ugh, that was rough fight spawns. We're now being chased down by basically all the different factions in Hawaii, and we found out that the Polycana seem to be has a little bit of a cult problem, in that their leader is kind of a cult leader and has invaded every single mafia organization in Hawaii. So we're getting chased down by all these Polycana spies that had infiltrated all the various factions. And now with all the money that we've had all of these fights, and I gave Ichi maximum speed so that Ichi will just go first and end these fights in an instant by summoning Kazumi. And we don't want to be taking any extra fights. We smoke bombed a couple fights away because we don't need the XP. We really don't need the XP on the Hawaii side. We need just a little boost of XP, but otherwise every fight that we can skip, we do. And also because at this point in time, these fights do not give us as much money back as we spend on Kazumi. Kazumi is incredibly powerful. He is 5,000 bucks every single time we want to spend him. And if we get a good amount of money back, we're getting 4,000. So it is a little bit of a drain on resources every time we use him currently. Gotta make our grand adventure through here, getting past all of these enemies. And I'm hoping that we're not going to have a problem with the enemy at the end of these stairs. So enemy at the end of these stairs, we want them to notice us quite a ways away. And we're going to loop on off the side here. Hopefully the stairs don't eat our momentum. Oh, caught their line of sight just in time. Whew. Barely snaked past there. Those stairs love to just destroy all of your momentum on the Street Surfer. We just barely got past it, so we didn't have to do the fight or anything. We could just zoop on through here. And if only, excuse you, sir, I was trying to cross the street. Cars can in fact run us over in this game, even on Street Surfer. And we do not want to waste our time with that. Okay. Another fight. Now we get introduced to Ichi's fancy move, the ultimate tag team, where he brings all of his allies and use all their tag teams at the same time. And do 0 damage, basically. Which is to be expected. Just because at this point in time, we only have Tomi's. We only have Tomi's tag team set up, and it expends all of our other teams' tag teams in order to use it. So with only one active and Ichi not having that great of a weapon, it just doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Okay, now we're done with the chase sequence. Now we get to do the setup. And the first thing we've got to set up is the cabaret. It is our fastest way to get bond points with our male party members. And also Cheeto as well, but she doesn't need quite as much. Oh, come on. Get me into the menu, please, and thank you. And what we need in total is hopefully 180 bond for Tomi and 140 bond for Adachi. And that is a great start. We buy as much as stuff as possible here without expending too much money so that we can get these special events that further increase our bond points. Cheeto is already going to have enough. She doesn't need any extra boost. And with the other two already at 100, we're hoping that we get at least one of these. Perfect. Okay. We don't have to do anything extra. We have backups, and if worst comes to worst, we can actually just do another cabaret, but we are all set. Both Tomi and Adachi got 200 bond points, which is more than enough. So we're all done with the cabaret. And from here, we don't want to be drunk anymore, which is why we got those CC lemons There's been going to be many scenarios where we go for meal buffs and such, and that we're going to end up drunk after it, and we don't want to carry that into any fights.
Aloha.
Toughness, Tarner, and first aid and all-purpose.
Thank you.
And then off to the beach. Get all of our healing items and resurrects in case anyone dies. And healing status effects just in case anything goes wrong. We really don't have to use them all that often, but they are nice to have. We set up this taxi all the way back in Chapter 4 so that we could swing on quick into the resort. No! Sand dune, man! Why? He was right around the corner. I was trying to go fast and cut the corner. And he caught me out. But that should be pretty much all the bond that Tomi is going to need. We're going to skirt into the water here to avoid any cutscenes from the sub-stories that are right there.
Get wrecked.
Make our way to this fight, which we could have done earlier, but it would have been a pain in the butt. Significantly easier. With all this equipment we have, get him back on his feet with a flashbang and say goodnight. Okay, from here, go to Waikiki. I'm going to do this in a bit different order in my notes just to speed things up, or to potentially speed up a backup. Gonna get this first. Gonna get this meal buff. Which gets everyone more than enough into their bond conversations. I'm gonna go here. Do our drink links right away. Then I'm gonna go to the blacksmith because it's gonna save me time on backups in case anything goes awry. So let's start with Adachi. These drink links are very important. Need to pick third. And third. Because we need Kiryu, or we need Ichi to get to style level 4. So we're going to be very specific on what our options are. Chitose does not have any specific personality traits that we want, so we're just going to pick the first one. And we're going to talk to the bartender to get our one and only extremely good healing item. We got absolutely screwed over in healing items for this game as compared to Yakuza Like a Dragon. And finally, for more style, second two options. And we're just shy, and I know exactly where we're getting our last bits of style. We head on out of here, and then we're going to go to the blacksmith. We're gonna do a weapon upgrade. Oh, not material exchange yet. Weapon upgrade for the host. We are going to get just to rank 1. So that we get the upgrade, or the facility rank upgrade. Save, just in case anything goes wrong. Okay, now we craft the Eris Cooling Choker. This gets our last style. Material exchange Kunoichi, just the top hero's knife. And then we're gonna weapon upgrade the prestige to max. Nicole's having a fun horror experience in the other room. Don't mind that on occasion. Okay, that reached the next one, so we should be good. Then from here over to Hawaiian Haunt. And that one thing we did where we dismantled the first Kunoichi weapon is going to be critical in just 1 second. So first we got to say hi to Robo Michio, and finally we have everything we need for people to be on the jobs they want to be. Let's get back to Judgment Breaker class. For Ichi, Chitose, you get Kunoichi. Tomi, you get the host. And Dachi gets to pick up them spatulas. And now finally get to skill inherit. Healing, violin, battery, scrub down, and arrest. So now we're finally on the job classes that our Hawaii team is going to be on for the entire rest of the run, and inherited the skills from the jobs they currently had, or they previously had.
Welcome.
And now we refill on these. We do Inferno Knuckles. We don't have anyone to equip it to, it says. Oh, let's find that out in just one sec. We get Tomi's ankle weights. And the Yakuza training gear. Tomi, you get silver bracelets for lots of magic damage. And you equip the prestige. And Adachi, you get transcendent in souls. And Sonhi somehow is holding a hitman weapon rather than the Kunoichi weapon. That is our wrong equip. Because the game gets very confused if you suddenly make a weapon disappear from a party member that is in your other, that is in the other party. So we got rid of a Japan side weapon from Hawaii, and the game does not like that at all. So that allows us to, and that glitches out that weapon slot, which allows us to kind of put whatever we want into it. There's a lot of stipulations, there's a lot of asterisks involved, but when it's just the next thing you get, either from crafting or from getting it from an enemy or a boss fight or anything like that, that will fill in that banquet slot. So now Chitose has a 6-star, or Sonhi has a 6-star weapon for a job she does not have. And it's very powerful. It's a very strong weapon with a 30% damage increase. It is very, very powerful. Well, this fight's a pain in the butt. Yamai's finally on our team, but he likes to send people flying. This is not the worst, but my menuing is very bad. That didn't hit 3. That's unfortunate. That should hopefully hit all those. Ah, this is really bad. The rest, you have the most HP. Hopefully all of these gentlemen will comply. Nice whiff. Wanted to make sure I guarded that just in the off chance that it would have silenced Tomi. Oh, these guys are going to be spread out. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to hit them both with a battery storm. I'm going to try. Yeah, I'll be able to do it. Okay, this should hopefully end the fight. Nice cone kick for style, Tomizawa. There we go. And Tomi has the prestige at +8, which is also a very strong weapon. So he's already being able to do a lot. And the massive AoE that battery storm provides. And Yamai was on our side. He was our best bud. And he's back at our end. We taunted him. We called him a coward or something. He's not a fan of it. Come on, man. You don't got to fight us over it, though. But luckily, Tomi is very, very strong and equipped for this fight. This fight is going to be significantly easier than our previous Yamai fights. No more struggles against you, sir. Again, we're going to make him weak to ice, more so than he already is. Gonna summon our good friend Cosme. Unfortunately, the elemental debuff does not apply to him. We're going to give a muscle soda onto Mr. Tomizawa. We're also going to give him a drink because, again, the prestige weapon has a buff that increases based on how drunk Tomizawa is. And you're gonna see how all this pays off. And if he's foolish enough to guard, oh, he's foolish enough to guard. Oh, Yamai, you made the wrong choice. Get scrub-a-dub-dub for 3.3 thousand damage. All those buff stacking and the prestige and the drunk status, the magic buff, elemental debuff, innate ice weaknesses, all of it stacks to some insane damage. That is half of Yamai's HP down already. And now we get to show off the Kunoichi's special. The substitution jutsu. Kunoichi can just give their turn to another ally. So Tomi, you did it once. Do it again. And if he's, depending on how low he is. All right, I'm just gonna stomp him. Goodbye. And Kiryu has an ice weapon as well, so he's actually able to do a good chunk of damage. Ooh, Yamai, you came to the wrong territory. All right. Time to do a little bit of cleanup in this chapter. And we got to make sure that this person I talked to, which apparently has been keeping Ichi's mom in a safe place this entire time. Knows exactly where she is, so we finally figure out where Ichi's mom is, and she's been being kept at sea in uncharted waters. That way, no one could ever get her. But now she's in trouble she's in trouble and hiding things that we kind of need to figure out, so. So we're gonna head to the docks, and finally we're going to meet Ichi's mom. Oh, tight spawn. Why are you running through the forest? Gotta swing by this place real quick. Get a taxi. For the one time we are going to get a meal there. Convenient time for us to get that taxi. And finally, we're gonna get everything set straight. We've got Ichi's mom. Finally gonna get our answers. And instead, it turns out we've had a spy in our midst this whole time. Chitose. He's betrayed us. Still helping out a little bit. But she's betrayed us. How could she? Well, it's because she was being blackmailed by someone even more nefarious. Eiji, our friend in the wheelchair. Turns out he was faking it the whole time. How could he? Now things have gone to heck. Now we're back into Japan. We're gonna do a little trip before we progress on with the story, because we're gonna have to do a little bit of a grinding session here. Japan, as I said, needs more XP, and we have a way of getting it nice and fast. Kiryu's gonna break on down. Kiryu, we're going to be entering a grinding area where we're going to be up against level 40 enemies. Significantly higher than we are. And we could do constant agility buffs. We could just take all those hits. Or we could change Ichi onto Breaker. And Breaker is so fast that it actually is quite manageable. Also, Zhao enters the party. Yeah! Speedrun favorite Zhao's back in the game, baby. He's not going to do anything for the speedrun. I'm sorry, Zhao. I'm sorry, Zhao. One speedrun. One of these days, you'll get your time to shine. But alas, he just doesn't come with the cool toolkit we really need for the speedrun. So, kind of gets left in the dark here. We're going to be choosing options here to get more soul for Kiryu, while we're getting the tag teams for both Sayako and for Nanba. And this is just for precautions. It's just nice to have the passive counterattack on Kiryu's brawler stance. Okay, and now we get introduced to the Hawaiian Haunt version in Japan, the Yokohama Underground. Luckily, we only have to do one floor, so hopefully we just get a good floor and we get the heck out of here as soon as possible. This is a long hallway, which makes me think it's towards the exit. Nope, that's a dead end. Okay, come on. If I were an exit, where would I be? Here? It's another really long hallway, please. Please? Yeah, nice. That makes up for all the wasted time in stinking Hawaiian Haunt. And with this one, we don't have to do anything. We just have to do the first floor. No problem. So hi, Will. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one. And thank you. I'm growing the beard out. It's been almost a year now. Been growing out. It's taking its sweet time. All right, big menu here. Gear. We need muscles boosters. Sonhee ×2 reflex onto Kiryu and a level booster onto Kiryu now so that we can do our grind fights even faster. Kiryu, you need the blue metal anklet, tactical boots, transcendent and military insoles. Nanba, you need double ankle weights and Ichi's wind sneakers. Sonhee gets an optimize and gets double military insoles as backup in case Kiryu gets outsped. Zhao, you get lucky money and the happy lay and the money crown. And Sayako, you get the fairy lay, the training gear, and Adachi's wind sneakers. And party, sorry Zhao, goodbye. And we're off to do our large grinding session. And we're doing pretty well so far. Before we do that though, quick grab here, refill on coffees just in case. Just in case we need to. Because we don't need all that much money coming out of here, more than what we have, but there is some good opportunities to make extra, such as this enemy straight ahead of us. This gentleman in the gold is the Plutocrat Rat, and he has a lot of money. And again, these enemies are 6 levels above us. So we have a massive agility penalty right now, and Kiryu is able to keep pace. There's a few enemies that have a chance of outspeeding Kiryu, and the skaters that we'll probably encounter have almost a guarantee that they'll outspeed Kiryu, but Kiryu will have a good chance of outspeeding pretty much everyone. So it makes these grind fights significantly faster than just go straight into the summon, finish off these plutocrats that have a little bit of extra HP. We're going to be doing this until we get everyone to job level 22 for everyone except for Kiryu, and then Kiryu will need to be at level 35.9, like just before level 36 is our cutoff. And I'm quickly opening up the map here and there to keep an eye out for where enemies spawn. Excuse me, Cone, I have a fight to get to. And if we ever get damaged, we want to make sure that we are taking a heal. Oh, this is unfortunate. Please don't get paralyzed. Shoot. I'm just gonna smoke bomb this. I could have potentially recovered that, but because Kiryu was paralyzed, I wasn't gonna take that risk. Yeah, we only need 6.2 million yen coming out of this. Everyone except for the plutocrats is gonna be not return on money, which is unfortunate. But we really don't need all that much. It only loses us a little bit of money every single time, and so long as we get enough plutocrats, we don't need to do anything extra. And if we need a lot extra, we can use a Sengoku coffee when we encounter one of the plutocrats to get 50% more gold from them. They already give us a good million, so that gets us an extra 500,000 if we need it. Typically, we don't need it though. And ideally, the fights we would be taking have 4 enemies rather than 3, because obviously we'll have to take less fights, because every single one of these enemies gives us the exact same amount of XP and job points. So if we can potentially do less, that is for the better, but unfortunately we're seeming to just find only groups of 3, which stinks. And I don't like seeing these death merchants. These ones are the ones that can potentially outspeed Kiryu. Oh, bad fight spawns. Come on. We need the fight spawns to be spawning to this street or to the north, because otherwise if they spawn further south, they're a different classification of enemy and they're lower level and don't give us quite the things we need. Because another thing we're getting from these fights are the lustrous steels. They are the best upgrade material for weapon upgrading. So we need as many of those as possible, because we're going to be having to buff many weapons. And by many weapons, I mostly mean we're going to need to buff the prestige a lot. Nice, we got a little knockback there, so Kiryu didn't have to do a follow-up attack. Saves a little bit of time. Well, we're sitting real pretty on money. I don't need to be fighting any more plutocrats, but luckily these plutocrats have been very nice and been spawning 4 enemies at a time. The downside of us fighting 4 enemies instead of 3 is that we are getting less fights, which means we are going to be getting less lustrous steels, which is not ideal. It's not ideal, but it's overall faster. We can work with a little bit less damage. It's just a little bit unsafe. It's not the worst thing in the world for us. We can manage it. Okay, these fights need to spawn. Some very unlucky fight spawn locations, though. These have been nice. I think these ones typically spawn into 4. No, this one didn't spawn into 4. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Probably only like another few minutes or so worth of fights. Gosh dang it, I don't want to be fighting the plutocrats. The downside of the plutocrats, they get us the extra money, which is very nice, but we do have to do the follow-up attack, so it's a couple seconds slower. We get 2-3 seconds slower every time we're fighting a plutocrat, just because we have to do that follow-up attack. Gosh dang it. You're the closest fight, so I have to keep taking you, but we're ending up with way too much money. Which is perfectly fine. That just means we're gonna cut out some coffee usages. Because once they hit job level 22, I'm going to be paying attention to Q's XP. Because there's only, I don't need it's typically 1 or 2 more fights after I hit job level 22. Okay, 1 more fight to job level 22. And then probably 1 more after that to get Kiryu to the right XP. We should be in the clear to be done with our grind significantly faster than my previous route. Oh my god, way too many plutocrats. Way too many plutocrats. Okay, that hit job level 22. So we'll see where we're at after 1 more fight, and then we'll be done with our grind. And I already see the next fight on the map. Simple security fight. Should hopefully get us enough XP. Ah, 1 more. He needs to be past the period, so unfortunately. We did do 1 more fight. We'll do it for a little bit of safety. And these are the skaters, unfortunately, and these are the ones that can outspeed Kiryu even after he's hit level 35, but they didn't. Nice. Okay, we're in the clear. Honestly, it might be a bit too much XP. No, we're good. Then, once we're done, we just head back to Ijincho. And saved a massive chunk of time. Because we didn't use any coffees, so we didn't have to do anything. We go get our XP meal. Like, yeah, that shaves 20 minutes off of what I was doing before. Massive, massive time save. Get XP for the next 3 fights. Do another quick equip here. Gear. Nanba, you need to get the fairy lay. Sonhee, you get superpower ring and Yakuza training gear. Psycho, you get ankle weights and military insoles. Over to Hello Work. Because these are not our final jobs yet. Now they're going to be our final jobs, and we're going to do our skill inherits as well. Kiryu, you go back to Dragon of Dojima. Psycho. Nope, Psycho, you finally get onto this. Actually, I'm going to change it to pattern A so that I can see you clearer in fights. Nanba, you get a malodorous stench. Sonhee, you get the Queen's Claw. And Psycho, you get Magical Concert. Malodorous stench we won't really use until the final fight of the game. Queen's Claw, though, for Sonhee is incredibly, incredibly powerful. You're going to see exactly how powerful it is in this fight. Get Kazumi out here. Modified flashbang. I'm just gonna modified liquid nitrogen just to finish you off. And Queen's Claw. This is unbuffed, by the way. There are no buffs on that damage. The wrong equipped weapon is very, very strong. 1600 damage. And that gets us an extra superpower ring for more damage, and that's why I cut out a superpower ring earlier in the route. We head on over to the chapter end fights. Still some use out of thrown items here, because modified liquid nitrogens are great at keeping enemies in the same spot. Unfortunately, 1 whiff, but that's okay. Luckily, Sony is so strong that a basic attack can even finish them all. I could have gone for another thing there, but that's okay. And I have so much money that I am not going to bother. Yeah, I have 10 million yen. I have far more than enough money from my grind that I don't need to go for a single food coffee there. Save a little bit of time. Oh, hi, Egg. Hello, kitten. Yeah? You excited? Egg? Oh, hi, kitten. Oh, I agree. We're fighting Sawashiro. Oh, my. Oh, wow. All right, Eggy. I gotta get to it. I say fight Sawashiro. Sawashiro's not really gonna have a whole lot of anything to do in this fight. Because Sonhi's really strong. Rush. Bring out Kazumi to deal with the riffraff. And we're gonna increase Sonhi's speed. Give her agility with quickness lemon. Give her damage. That muscle soda. And a new skill. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Mind you, Sawashiro is not weak to anything Sonhi's doing. Not weak to anything that Sonhi's doing. And that did a cool 3,000 damage. And this cutscene is actually like a good 5 seconds faster. If we fail it, we don't need the extra damage. Perfect timing. Kiryu is going to be getting us coffee for some more money. And you saw it before, now it's even stronger. This ability, now he's weak to it and does more damage based on how many agility stacks Sonhi has. So she had 3. Now she's back down to 2. This one is a weaker version, but it is more than enough damage for our needs. We got a crit that would kill, but alas, we have a liquid nitro. Goodbye, Sawashiro. I'm sorry you don't even get to play the game. And now, after all that, we didn't even bother putting the prestige back onto Nanba. But now we got to upgrade it a bit, as well as set up for another wrong equip. So this time I'm going to save again. Again, we're going to material exchange the very first one only. Weapon upgrade the prestige with everything we got. Oh yeah, we are sitting pretty. We got a ton. 27 is incredible. Shoot, need to put on, got this last time, brand the Seal of Bolts. And finally, after all that, we are done with chapter 10. We're all set up for success. Refill our Street Surfer for, I believe, honestly, the last time. Get our Sengoku coffee back. And we're off to the races. Back to Hawaii. And if we did everything correctly, come about 3-4 more minutes or so, we're going to be getting another wrong equip. This time for someone on the Hawaii side. So now, I don't know why, but my camera loves to be doing terrible things during this little sequence. No idea why. Now Chitose formally leaves the party. Very short distance taxi. And then we'll do our big equip for her. Back into here. The downside of us sharing an inventory and only really getting enough stuff for one party is that we kind of have to keep swapping our gear back and forth across them. Gear, Ichi, you get an optimize, you get tactical boots, you get transcendent and non-buzz ankle weights. Or just ankle weights in general. Tomi, get Yakuza training gear and the other ankle weights. And wind sneakers. Dachi, you get an optimize, you get the crown. And you get lucky money and fairy lay. And over to Waikiki. And things have really gone to the pits. Palikana, the cult, has found our hideout. So we have to go to Kiryu's old hideout in the hotel. It's a very nice hotel. Fantastic view. Also, sorry, Chitose Buster Homes, not now. We're on a mission. Got our mission set in stone. We found out we're tracking AG down. That no good double timing criss-crossing backstabber. Tracking him down, and hopefully we'll get Chitose back along the way. Because she may have been working with the enemy, but she was being blackmailed into it. Dang it. I believe Chitose is kind. Again, Ichi is nice and fast. And these fights with a simple Kazumi. This is the one chapter where we're going to be doing a little bit extra to get some more XP. Not right now. For now, we're just dealing with these riffraff while we're making our way over to Chitose. It's a good little break time. Break dance time in the club. Oh, hey, Chitose's back. And she comes back 2 levels higher than she was. This is why we didn't put any XP gear on Chitose at all in the previous chapters, in chapter 7 or 9 or anything. Because she just comes back with a lot. She just comes back with higher XP regardless, so no reason to give her extra XP in the meantime. And now she's back, and hopefully if we did everything correctly, we're gonna do this again.
Welcome.
Get our mod rockets and get an Inferno Knuckle and head on over to 53 by the sea. And hopefully when we get to the menu after buying this meal, we'll see another wrong equip, this time onto Chitose.
Aloha.
Chitose is about to get very, very strong for this set piece. Gear. Chitose. She has the Inferno Knuckles as she's supposed to, which is excellent. Get the battle boots. Over to Night Street, and we go straight into the set piece. No faffing about. After we mash. Because Yamai's actually, Yamai's a bit flip-floppy, but he's actually been helping us out quite a bit. And now he's actually been holding Ichi's mom safe in the meantime. And that's been found out. Now we gotta bust in and help her out. Nice little wet punch. These guys are resistant to ice, so they will survive. But they won't survive to a mod incendiary. Alright, and before we move on, let's get a menu. Gear Ichi, you need military insoles, Tomi, silver bracelets, and transcendent. And we're going to pre-drink Tomi twice. Prestige is, oh, speaking of prestige, yeah, he has it. Okay. Getting Tomi drunk ahead of time means we can get that extra damage bonus from the prestige before the fight even begins. We grabbed a bit of weapon increasing item there before we headed on up to not one but two whole excavators, which we don't have quite enough money to do a boosted summon for yet. Oh, we will after this. So in the meantime, we are going to substitute into some battery storming. And if we were able to do a boosted summon here, but unfortunately our money is a little bit too tight, we wouldn't have to do this second time. But no worries. Tomi's got the MP, he's got the speed, he's got the damage. Goodbye. Now our armor is actually starting to get a little bit underclassed, and also a downside of the Inferno Knuckles, they have a 30% damage increase. They also cut your HP by 200. So Chitose only has 400. She's gonna need some armor. Gear Ichi, you get an optimized, you get transcendent, and then Tomi, you get military insoles and the low shoes. Everyone leveled, so no worries. And in we go to the most this will never happen in reality thing. That excavator would have just went straight down. That thing would have never gotten any air. But you know what? It's a Yakuza game. We get to be a little silly. And this silly circumstance actually leads into an interesting fight where our team is split up. Ichi and Chitose ended up top in the rafters, and Tomi and Adachi down on the stage. And that's going to be the way for the fight, actually. And the guy up by Ichi and Chitose is the one with a lot more HP, so we're gonna perfect guard this because he hurts a lot. And we gave Ichi the suppression helm, which increases or decreases more of the damage that's caused from perfect guarding, so the perfect guards are more potent. And this is the weakest skill of Kunoichi, doing a cool 2,000 damage there. We made sure Tomi was fast enough to outspeed this group. And our chef is going to do a citizen's arrest. And instant KO is a weird status. Like, it takes into effect on their turn, so they're technically already dead, but then they instantly die as soon as their turn starts. So it's weird. Health bars get confusing. And then we Poseidon Power onto Chitose. Get her a little bit stronger. Wish this gentleman happy birthday. wouldn't have quite enough damage. That's okay. Nice whiff. Shoot. I'm actually gonna do this because I wanted to make sure that we get a coffee in before this fight's over for some more money. But Chitose got an agility buff from the winged kunai, so she actually did. She actually went a bit faster than she was supposed to. All right, we're out of the tough fights, or out of the tough fights for now. Oh boy, I was about to summon Chitose Buster Holmes. That would have been a bad time for me. Drop the left input. Gotta make sure that this time I'm actually just gonna grab the protector safe right away. I always forget the safe. Chitose is going to be needing this defense for the fight ahead. Because Chitose still has like level 3 gear on. Or 3-star gear. Gear, Ichi, you need the military insoles, but not Tomi's. Tomi, you need ankle weights over silver. And Chitose just gets an armor optimized for the protector. And then items, Aloha Blonde, Tomi. Oh, shoot. It goes ankle weights to Transcendent. Because that will reduce... That will reduce Tomi's MP by putting on the ankle weights, which reduce MP, and then taking them back off so that we prematurely can drop the MP and then get 2 drinks in to get the drunk status for the prestige. And I want a safety save just in case. This fight is supposed to be pretty much scripted, but it does tend to just not do what we want it to. Use our ultimate tag team, finally, a decently powerful one. Scattering Flower to hopefully deal with the majority of the rest. And a Battery Storm to clear out the last of the riff-raff, hopefully. There we go. Gets 1 attack off. We'll get a little bit of money. Ichi's going to heal Tomi. Give him a little meal, a little brofay. This guy is weak to fire. And we have a couple good fire skills, thanks to the Inferno Knuckles and a Rose. That's the end of the fight. Well, now we're into the second phase, and this guy has a very dangerous move that typically only hits like once or twice, but sometimes it hits 4 times and will one-shot your leader. And in this game, if your party leader dies, it's game over. So this guy needs to go. And we need to boost Kazumi. Our very first boosted summon does a 50% more damage. The quickness lemon Chitose. Hit this guy with a throat slitter, which will put him into the QTE. And we explicitly only do the quickness lemon just for speed, actually. Because by doing this, Chitose will actually be fast enough to outspeed this enemy's second turn. But also we can just jam out to the Barracuda soundtrack. Or the Barracuda fight theme now. Hear that a whole lot. Okay. Back to it. Get this guy a little bit drunk. Increase our damage. Here comes the terrible move that, oh, we are not in a good position. This will multi-hit a lot, probably. Okay, not the worst. Then we muscle soda onto Chitose. If everything goes correctly, this is enough to just finish it off. Good chapter.
また成長吸収が早いのよね。
That was a very bad positioning. Yeah, that's one of the scenarios that can happen with that final attack he had. He only gets one attack, but it is a doozy. Okay, and now we're on to some scary stuff. This is a very scary chapter. Not for the end set piece. The end set piece is no big deal. It's for the boss fight after this little bout of story in Kamurocho. Oh, this boss fight is terrifying. We got another big menu. Here, Kiryu, you need Transcendent and the military and the tactical boots. Nanba, you get ankle weights, jeweled bracelets for more MP damage. You need the Lolita shoes for damage, and you need the prestige. Sonhi, you get the suppression helmet. You get the protector, you get the battle boots, you get ankle weights, and champion's ring over superpower. Cycle, you get fairy lay and Yakuza training gear. And Zhao gets an optimize. He gets the money charm and he gets the crown. And we're off to Kamurocho. We got some story beats to hit. Namely, we're going to be talking to the girl that I believe we saved as Onomichio in Yakuza 6. We're gonna go save her from some ne'er-do-wells, and then we're gonna go reunite with our hostess friends from the Foreshine. Before we do that, though, we used the majority of our muscle sodas, so let's refill, and we're actually going to pick up some Kiwami drinks while we're at it. Because we're going to need a bit more XP, all for routing into the very end game. And again, more thugs, and again, more Kazu. Done with Onomichio. And to head on over to Foreshine, meet up with our friends who are getting lambasted by a rival cabaret club. They don't like the new competition that they're bringing to Kamurocho. And, well, we like a good healthy dose of competition. Kiryu now has access to an essence for a nice cutscene damage, nice and fast. And then we're gonna throat slitter this guy who's weak to blade, and Psycho's very strong. You don't need to kick that sign. If that guy got knocked to the ground, the throat slitter can in fact miss, and that would be really bad. No worries. We're out of there. Now Kiryu has hit that level 4 soul, so now he gets that passive. We head back to Ijincho, where we could technically go straight into the terrifying fight that I do want to do. It's just terrifying. But first things first, we are not done with the Foreshine cabaret girls yet, because there was not one of them, there was 2 of them. One of them is packed up here in Ijincho. We need to reunite them so that we can have them as a summon. And they are a very powerful summon. Not only do they do 1,000 blunt damage to everyone, they also do a attack buff to everyone in our party. And I cannot express to you how incredibly powerful that is. Before we do that, now we need to go and do another last bout of crafting with all of our leftover materials. We're gonna check a value for Hitman. We need 5 electric geodes, material exchange, all except for 4 of our things. Okay, and then we are going to weapon upgrade the prestige as high as we can get it. $36 is really high for right now, which is excellent. And then we're going to brand it with the Seal of Flames. We don't need the Seal of Bolts anymore. And we go to East Hamakita Park, where we are going to be getting some electric geodes. This is something that we probably will get enough geodes by the time we reach the point where we need them, but we need to hard guarantee the run does not currently work if we do not get enough electric geodes. So this is our guarantee, and our only way to get them guaranteed is to do some shopping. We need to craft 5 of them from here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 15. That is exactly how much what we need. And we go back to Kamurocho. Before we fight on and get our 4 shine compatriots, we refill on quickness lemons and single coffees. Get an agility buff, because we're going to need it for the big bad boss fight. All right. Those guys just wouldn't leave our 4 shine gals alone. This time they brought friends. Friends that are going to meet a very poor fate because we come into this with agility buff for Son-hee. Take down these enemies with our double attack thanks to rush mode. And with no other targets, we have a very powerful Shadow Clone Jutsu ready to go. Goodbye. Very fast fight. And now that we have a free agility buff as well, we're going to do one thing. Gonna pull in something that I used to do in the finale, the final finale, and do it now instead. By doing very important thing. Zhao, get on in here. Zhao, you got an important job. I said we were gonna use you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you sound so bad. You've got so many uses. Take down these wheelman because they have another transcendent insole. We're gonna do a 4 shine. And sorry, Zhao, goodbye. By doing a party swap after a summon, it allows us to do a second summon. Okay, why is not... Oh, my controller disconnected again. Oh, weird. Doing Sits of Remembrance for a bit of damage. And say goodbye to this wheelman. Unfortunately, a little low damage, but that's okay. This fight is on such a weird ground. Just get in there and finish. Get open. Weird fight. That's okay. Okay, now we got to do our prep. Kiryu, you need Champion's Ring over the military insoles. Namba, you need Ichi's Transcendent, which is not the case. Son-hee, You need military and souls over the weights and a superpower ring. Psycho, you need double military in souls. And the wind sneakers. And we need to heal up that MP to full. And menu heal and go back to Ijincho. I can get my menu right. They're still freshly rerouted menus. So now I'm absolutely going to be saving before this fight because this fight terrifies me. This fight can go off the rails at a moment's notice. We have a lot of contingency. We have a lot of stuff set into it, but there's only so much we can do. It's a very difficult fight. And we're going to have to be immediately incredibly fast on our menus. Because now we have to fight not one, not two, but 3 whole Jimas. And these guys are tough. Start immediately with a substitution over to Nanba. Tag team hopefully all 3, but ideally, or we just have to make sure that Daigo, Majima get hit. Good, we hit Seijima as well. That's perfect. All that amazing damage. Now we're gonna Queen's Claw Majima once he gets up. That pushes him to his damage gate, which causes this QTE, or this cutscene, to happen. And this cutscene will drop the damage gates from all of the enemies. Before, we could like do a max of like 3,000 damage before this cutscene. But now that this cutscene is over, we can now do as much damage as we want. We need to drop all of these guys down as fast as we can. And we also wanted to get this cutscene quick, because by doing this, Majima will not go into his evasive buff. He will instead go into doppelgangers, and we want him, or we can't have him do his evasive buff, because we want Sonhee doing damage, and magic damages are unavoidable, but Sonhee's Queen Claws are. So if we tried to Queen Claw while Majima had the evasion buff up, we would just miss. Flat out. All right. Back in it. He's going to summon doppelgangers. Kiryu rush mode. We need lots of speed. Boosted for shine. Muscle soda onto Nanba. Substitute onto Nanba, and hopefully we can get a good Essence of Rose Typhoon onto multiple targets. Majima, can you go a little bit closer to Seijima? Perfect. Yeah! Flawless. Alright, and after all that, we had enough speed so that now they get the defensive boost. It's a little too late on that, Daigo, because Majima is down for the count. Now we get these epic brawler style fights to finish them off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just want to chain together these as much as possible. Finish them off. And then from here, we do another 4 shine. Do Kiryu's Dragon Resurgence to take down Dojima. We'll be dead after this combo. Then I want to go over to Seijima. Chain together as much damage as I can possibly get. And perfect. Psycho did not outspeed Seijima. Seijima gets 1 attack off. This should be his only attack. Gonna do an Intoxication Bomb onto him. He's guarding. Essences ignore guard. It's not supposed to. Seijima's almost already down for the count. Hi, Nicole. Welcome. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are in dangerous territory on HP, but Seijima should not even get another attack off. Because now with this, I should honestly just be able to go straight into a Shadow Clone Jutsu with our agilities, and we are in the clear. This fight is already over. Do our celebratory round of drinks. Perfect. This was a flawless fight. And we don't need to, but just in case, we're going to get a lot of money as well. We cannot luckily die during the little end set pieces. So it doesn't matter that Kiryu is really low HP right now. Because Kiryu cannot die during this. And then we should hopefully finish on the last final hit. Ah, there we go. Perfect. That was a flawless fight. That was an incredible 3D fight. That is exactly how we want it to go. That fight, if it wants to, can be an absolute pain in the butt. Okay, now that we're done with that, we need more XP. We're going to be starting another set piece here, so we might as well start it off right with a lot of XP. Items, make sure no one's drunk. Gear, Kiryu. You need Yakuza training gear over the Champion's Ring. Namba, you need military over jeweled. And the wind sneakers. Sonhi, you need ankle weights and champion ring. And Cycle, you get optimized, you get ankle weights and the happy or fairy light. Whew, I feel a big weight off my chest after that fight. It looked like it was easy. It looked like it had everything work out. We got very lucky. We got very, very lucky. We got very lucky that like all of our AoE moves hit all 3 enemies every single time. And that is very much not the case a lot of the time. So now we've got Namba set up for light speed. Get him, Namba. We used to have to swap to Nanba and enemies would run all over the place. Not anymore. So much nicer having Nanba just outspeed everyone here. And we need to increase our damage output here. Get over to Kiryu. So that Kiryu can get a nice buff onto Sonhi. Give her a muscle soda. And we're gonna give this guy a negative amount of throats. -1 throat. He's down to 0. That wasn't necessary, Kiryu, but I appreciate the effort. And now he's gonna have a negative amount of throats. Hi, Dan. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a good one. We're having a good run on our hands right now. Everything's going pretty dang smooth. All of our wrong equips have been correct so far. That's been lovely to see. All right. Then light speed. Nanba is fantastic. And we're off to another enemy with lots of HP. Kiryu, if he was fast, it'd be nice to not have to substitute over to him, but we'll do with what we got. 4 shine to take care of the riffraff. I get an intoxication bomb onto Mr. Arai. And Sony, start doing some damage. Nice crit. Actually puts us into the QTE. Alright, Kiryu, you got him! Kiryu, noted master of the sword. Due to his time of playing that game in feudal Japan. You got it! Absolute master. Absolute master, Kiryu of the sword. Dang it. It's faster to fail that cutscene. Get a coffee. Hit him with the rose. Get him with the remembrance, and after all that, should go down to a queen's claw. Perfect. Again, we're doing these little bits of snaking here and there. Try and get little bits of speed boosts because that running or that quick turn animation, if we can turn it out straight, it actually is pretty dang good. And very important thing here, we need to Kiwami onto Kiryu. Kiryu needs ever so slightly more job experience. That is a 100% critical job or Kiwami drink onto Kiryu. Otherwise, he will not reach job level 30 by the end of this set piece. He needs the ability he gets by that point. Unfortunately, we gotta do a little bit of guarding here and there in this chapter, or in this set piece, because we have Kiryu set to be a little slower. Could substitute over, but it's faster to guard. Kazumi to clear out these guys, and finally off to the races. We hit just enough job experience to hit job level 30, giving Kiryu the essence of the Dragon God, which is in one of the other very few amount of moves that is a full screen damage. It will hit everyone no matter where they are. Kiryu, go through the door. What are you doing, bud? And with no special menuing or anything that we have to do for prep into this boss fight, taking down Ebina's lieutenant. Ebina, the new leader of the Seiryu clan, who wants to take down the Yakuza, really hates him. Oh shoot, this is cutscene. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Wasting time is what I'm doing. I thought it would put us right in, and I was a fool. Ebina's our big bad on the Japan side of things, and now we got to take down his lieutenant's grunts. Namba's still sped up for light speed. And his main this main guy is weak to fire. Poor choice. Poor choice being weak to fire. Also, Narasaki loves his large equipment. Just has a chain gun on hand whenever he wants. I think it's like half a second faster if we fail this QTE, but we're not going to give Narasaki the pleasure. One last Kiwami for Kiryu right now. He changes into beast stance. One mod rocket. And goodbye. Now we're into the actual boss fight. Into Narasaki, which is more cutscene than boss fight. Yeah, this fight is more cutscene than boss fight. It's quite ridiculous. Because Narasaki, noted huge Sephiroth fan, thought Sephiroth's sword wasn't long enough, played too much Dark Souls 1, big washing pole main. Finally, we'll get into actually defeating Mr. Narasaki here in quite the fashion. Start him off getting a little drunk. Kiryu actually outsped, which is kind of beneficial. Boosted 4 shine. We have these ads have so much XP, and we're gonna get a coffee in. Gonna winged kunai Mr. Narasaki. Go back to Kiryu. Hit him with another 4 shine. These are very expensive summons, but we got the money for it now. And Beast increases how much damage Kiryu's skills do by about 10%. All the ads are down. Narasaki gets 1 sweaty yell off. And we're just gonna really make sure he gets taken down here. Oh, hit him with the Queen's Claw. Thank you very much. No. This might not be enough damage now. It should be enough damage still. That was an accident. I was holding down a direction while trying to do the menu, and that is not how... I'm hitting the analog stick. Ah, dang it. Well, now he's gonna get grabbed. See you later, Narasaki. I was like, I know what I was doing. So a lovely thing that can happen with Queen's Claws, if you are too close to the enemy, it will just whiff entirely. So I was holding down on the analog stick to get Sony to move backwards, but I was doing it too quick and it was messing up my menus. That aside, it's a good set piece. And we lost a little time there because we went and did an extra fight that we would normally do later. Now we're back. Oh man, rerun's going great. Charm Warrior, thanks for stopping by. We got more menu. Optimize. Remove his weapon. He actually is best without it at the moment. And Transcendent Insouls times 2. Tomi, you get Yakuza training gear and the ankle weights. And you put on the prestige. Adachi, you can optimize. You get Money Crown. You get Lucky Money, and you get the Happy Lay. Chitase, you get an optimize. You get the Fairy Lay. You get ankle weights. And we're good to go. These gentlemen have way too much HP. And while we wait for what we normally do for large HP enemies, drink another coffee, get some more money. And Adachi, Citizen's Rest. Adachi is great for pretty much one thing in this speedrun currently. We used to have him have a Happy Spatula weapon, which is actually a weapon we can get from a safe. It's a bit of a jaunt to get, but it is a very good weapon for Chef, and Chef has some very powerful skills. Um, but in the end, when we got to wrong equipping, it just felt so much more natural for Chikose to be the recipient of the wrong equip. So Happy Spatula is no longer in the fights. Sad day where our chef can no longer throw cutlery at the enemy. Oh, that was... I don't know why I keep cutting that corner. I usually don't do that. But now we're on to the kind of like inverse chase sequence of what we had back in Chapter 9. Run it backwards. This will be our last large portion where we're going to be on the Street Surfer. And this fight, gonna safe load away. Because otherwise we'd have to do it. We'd have to use a smoke bomb, and it's just faster to safe load it away. Poof, they're gone. This is another nice little break for marathon readings and such. It's just going to be taken as best of lines as possible across all of Hawaii yet again. Because Ichi's doing nothing here but making everyone wants to be friends with Ichi. Alright, hopefully we can get on bike quickly here. This fight spawn loves to trigger from an insane distance away. That one usually does not trigger from a insane distance away. That is our last smoke bomb. So we won't have those for the future, but that's okay. We had 5 smoke bombs. We used them appropriately. No big deal. This fight should not trigger. It gets right up to the point of triggering, but then backs up. Are you kidding me with this fight spawn? I shouldn't have gone for it. I should have just ran. Get Kiryu facing the right direction so we can get out of there. Without a smoke bomb, we kind of have to get Kiryu to position where he's going to run away appropriately. That stinks. Luckily, we're not trying to carry any buffs or anything. And I love this dodge strat. Trigger those enemies and they chase us so far that we just loop around the backside. Oh, no fight spawn here? Oh, you shouldn't have. Please let me have the best of luck for fight spawns for the remainder of this, please. And thank you. So there's only one really only one other section that's going to be a big pain in the butt to get by without having to save load a fight away. And that's coming up right here down these stairs. Because sometimes it'll just instantly trigger without a warning. Nice, we're good. Perfect. All right, that makes up for a good chunk of time from us accidentally getting into those 2 fights. We are pretty much in the clear. There's one other fight that's very much in the way, and we'll be able to save load that one out. Howdy, Scaredy. Run's going pretty dang well. I have a few mistakes here and there, but that's to be expected. And this fight we can't avoid, so we're going to save loaded away. And hopefully the fight spawn ahead doesn't get in our way. Good. They spawned way too far to the right there. They're no trouble at all. Are these... excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Let me hit the cutscene. Thank you. There we go. And we're back with Jungi Han. He's back. The hot ones rejoined the party. It's really late for him to join the party, but all the way in chapter 13. But oh, Jungi Han does not mess around. Jungi Han is very powerful. All right, while we're here, I'm going to do another setup for our last wrong equips. Save, just in case anything goes awry. Material exchange, only the first Inferno Knuckles, and then the Kunoichi Hero's Knife. And then we're gonna upgrade the host, prestige, as high as we can get it. Oh boy, that is extremely good. 46 is way overkill for what we need. And we don't need to do any brands. And then while we are right here, we're gonna run into the shop, refill our intoxication bombs, and our fulminous bombs for the first time. Gear, Jungi Han, you need the Champion's Ring. Oh, Champion's Ring and Superpower Ring. And the Battle Boots. Party edit, Adachi, you're kind of going to be on the sidelines for a good while. Back to Lotus Street, and if we did everything right with this menu here, we're going to be doing our last wrong equips.
Welcome.
To modified, don't equip, and equip. Onto Jungi Han. And we're going to just double check that quick. Sonhee and Saiko both have both now have sanguine bandages equipped. Saiko's is not going to get upgraded, but we are actually going to upgrade Sonhee's later in this chapter to the lightning bandages. So now we just gotta progress more story, get Jungi Han more acclimated into need that silver bracelet you accidentally put on Jungi Han for anyone? Nope, I don't believe so. But thank you for the double check, Pinecone. Appreciate it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Oh wow, I actually usually that hitbox is a lot larger than I give it credit for, but that time it was not. We used to get some bond bingo and a party chat, but now instead we just buy 3 gifts.
Thank you for...
And we leave. As Polycana has a secret base that they've been hiding from everyone. Oh, excuse me, Ichi, you need to leave. Thank you very much. They have a secret base that they've been hiding from everyone. And someone's been hiding them away. It's a secret island. Someone had to have access to and fro, and it turns out the Barracudas have, so we're going back to District 5.
What's the matter?
Expected little time loss there from the extra wrong equip setup and stuff. And also, Jungi Han is strong, by the way. I'm not sure if I've mentioned that enough, but Jungi Han... shoot. I have something wrong. Military instance, not superpower range. That's what I have wrong. I was like, Jungi Han's supposed to go second here, but also Jungi Han's strong. Gear, Jungi Han, let's fix that. There. Do more snaking for more, and as I found, there's an extra lustrous steel in that tire there. Ichi, still pretty strong. Still just summons Kazumi. For now, Jungi Han is going to be set up to go second 100% of the time. That's an oopsies on my end. My notes are correct. I just did the menu wrong. All right. Oh, you or Ichi, you're supposed to have double transcendent? Yeah, supposed to have double transcendent. Jungi Han's not supposed to be able to outspeed, but it could just be happening. It happens. And Jungi Han again, very strong. I'm gonna double check Ichi's gear. He has double transcendent. It's just Jungi Han decided to be a very fast lad. Oops, wrong step. It's a precursor to a setup where we can kind of choose our own path in this set piece. We are going to be taking the top path whenever we can. Boosted 4 shine here. One more modified incendiary on these barrel guys to take them down. And this is actually a major reason why I actually took the blue metal anklet off of Ichi. Was another thing that oddly enough inherits your weapon element that doesn't say it should, is the 4 shine summon, and pretty much probably all of our other physical damage summons. It inherits ice, and many enemies in this chapter are weak or are resistant to ice, so it's a bad thing for Kiryu or for Ichi to have that. Tomi gets an optimize into the pirate boots. Pirate boots are an extra 10% XP increase. Another nice piece of armor. Actually, a pretty decent piece of armor on top of it being very, very helpful for very helpful for XP. And we need to succeed at both of these. The bottom fights are stronger and they give greater rewards. But stronger means slower for the sake of the speed. In the end, it's probably about a minute slower if you wanted to take the bottom 2 fights. You get a decent chunk more XP and money, but we don't need it. One more time. Skipping over this. It's also a faster cutscene, faster fights. It's just faster.
Really pissing me off.
All right. Cleared off pretty much all of the weaker fights of this set piece, and now let's again do more falling. This time into a very strong enemy, Mr. Samuel, and his lovely, lovely. Wait for it. It's a little better. Wait for it. Chainsaw.
Didn't think you'd make it this far. But a little death ends here.
Boosted 4 shine for Ichi for all the extra damage and the strength buff. Get a muscle soda onto Jungi Han because Mr. Samuel is weak to gun damage and poison shot got a heck of a buff. 2500 damage. Do it again. Good fight. Jungi Han is very strong. That safe over there has Adachi's best armor. Each character has an ultimate armor in this game, which is really nice and has some incredible passives. We're not using Adachi really for the rest of the run, unfortunately. He's gonna get one more fight to flourish in, but not enough to make worth getting that armor. Unfortunate. Grab one more upgrade material there because we just need every single one we can. 100% need literally everything. Not so much for this. This we can manage with it, but everything after this set piece, we need all the damage we can get. Okay. Get Tomi's. Oh, come on. Get Tomi's special armor. Gear. Ichi, you need Tomi's ankle weights. Tomi, you get an optimize and you get Transcendent Insoles and Chitose Lodi. I don't know why I put Chitose. Chitose, you get optimized into the battle boots, which isn't necessary anymore, but it's fine. Optimize Pyre Boots and military insoles over Champion's Ring. And pre-drink Tomy. And we're off. Because Dwight's back. He doesn't want to take us to their secret island. And we have some incredible strats for Mr. Dwight. Boosted Kazumi to take care of most of everyone. And we're going to swap Jungihan out for Adachi so that we can get a double summon in. Does mean Jungihan gets less XP, but he doesn't particularly need it. This is not a QTE, surprisingly. It's just a big explosion. It's a good dive, Vici, though. It's a really good dive. Now, actually, let's see. We're going to Muscle Soda onto Mr. Tomizawa, who is insanely strong right now, and his special armor that he has increases his damage by 15% if he hits the enemy's weakness. So, we're not even all fully buffed yet, but Tomizawa is just going to tear through Dwight in no time at all. All right. Let us unlock one taxi here quick. Get back to Revolve. And all those 3 gifts that we got for Mr. Jungihan, we're going to give them to him right now so that he can reach Bond level 10 and we can get his tag team, which is very critical. Where you at, Jungihan? 1, 2, and 3. This is quite literally to the T exactly the amount of bond points he needs. We're going to do first option because we don't need any personality traits anymore. And now we have his tag team unlocked. Crucial tag team. One more trip to Julie's Gear Works before we press on. We're finally going to get our last wrong equip, so we're going to do another safety save just in case. But should be the easiest one. Craft. Hitman makes the lightning bandages. I'm just going to double check it quick here. Yep, Sony has the lightning bandages. That's exactly what we wanted. Craft the weapons. We got host as high as possible. An easy level 50. That's perfect. And from here, we're going to max out our investment. Max out our blacksmith so we can get the best brands. We want Seal of Flames EX and Seal of Snow EX. And gear, Ichi, you need Yakuza over ankle weights. And Tomy, you need ankle weights into military insoles. Only 1 drink for Tomy. And get our party back in order. Heal up. And let's go to the pier. So now we are all set up. We don't have to go to the blacksmith at the beginning of next chapter because we already hit level 50 and we got all the brands that we needed. And now that we are level 50 into this fight, we should have a very, very easy time. and Tomi is appropriately drunk. Sometimes the drunk just wears off for like no reason whatsoever. It's very odd. And you liked the strat that we did last time. Good again. This time though, it is much closer. Dwight is 3 levels higher, significantly more HP. Significantly more HP. And if we are level 49 or level 50 with the prestige, this combo that we're going to do is going to be a guaranteed kill. If you are lower than that, which I did this at level 47 before, it is a damage range. But luckily, we hit level 50, no worries. Dwight will have no chance whatsoever. But we do need to use the stronger move this time. Again, Muscle Soda onto Tomi. This time, instead of Rose Typhoon, we need to go in with a regular Rose. Does more damage to singular targets. For a cool 40, wow, 4,400. That was a really high damage roll. And goodbye, Dwight. Fastest Dwight fights in the left. He doesn't even get to play the game anymore. Now let's head on over to Pink Street. Our Japan teams, or our Hawaii teams, made it over to Japan. Oh my goodness. And we're gonna get muscle sodas refilled before we head on up to close out this chapter. Hi, Egg. Not right now, kitten. I'm sorry, kitten. I got to finish the speedrun. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Egg, don't do it. I know you're gonna jump up here. Don't do it. Oh, Egg is screaming. Eggy, you little rascal. That's all right, though. All right, our Japan, or our Hawaii team's back in Japan. Finally gonna reunite the parties before we go off into the finale. From here, go to Tenkaichi Street. Actually, I need to check. Okay, yeah, we don't have. Oh, hi, Egg. I know. I'm gonna just get one more coffee just because I used an extra one in a different spot. And I didn't need to refill it, but that's okay. And we need one alcoholic drink. Before we end this chapter. Alright, we should be all set and ready to go. Into the finale, which is going to be split into 2. We got our Hawaii side, which is what we're going to start with, and we got our Japan side. Iggy, you got the goal. I got to finish the run. We're doing so well. We got the good run on our hands, kitten. Now I got another large story segment where finally Kiryu's gonna, or Ichi's gonna reconnect with Kiryu, and then finally, after all these events, after all the year of Sayako and Ichi not talking to each other, we're finally gonna have a chat.
Kiryu-san. Hi.
Okay. Finally, we're going to get back to Hawaii and to close out this finale on this side of things. Right here, Jungi Han, you get optimized, you get the ankle weights and the pirate boots. And Tomi, you get jeweled bracelets over the military souls. And that's it. And we're going to party twice. We're going to party swap twice so that Tomizawa is in our second position. Very crucial party swap there. And we cannot get into a fight here. We have to preserve our agility buff.
What are you looking at? Oh,
And we're off to the beginning of this finale. And this is a strange finale because apparently the cult's secret island is guarded by a colossal shark. Surprise!
こんな化け物どうしろっつんだよ。
どうするもこうするもやるしかねえ。とにかくあのでっかい頭ぶっただけ。
This shark is weak to electricity, so let's make him even weaker to electricity by a whole lot. And Tomi, we're finally gonna see the Wonder Cocktail. This gets one stage of drunk and also gives the next skill 1.6 times damage. Very strong. Now let's make it even stronger with the drunk status effect. With the muscle soda. Poseidon power. And a couple batteries.
調子がいいぜ。行くぜ。どぎついの行くぜ。こいつで。任せといて。覚悟。
That was 8,000 damage, and we didn't even bother doing like every single up, or we did so much more overkill than we needed to. Well, we're just playing it a little safe. Howdy, Far. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Tomizawa's very strong. That is not a very strong ability, by the way. That's more of a massive AoE ability, but it gets the job done. All right, now we've finally made it onto the mainland proper. And again, Ichi still does not have his weapon back because we're gonna run into a couple fights that are resistant to, in fact resistant to ice. So when we use Foreshine, we need it to not be hitting those weaknesses. And we still have one more turn of agility buff. Use it wisely. Now we are going to be getting outsped. We are low enough level in comparison that even with all of the speed we can muster with Ichi, some of these enemies are just fast. Ichi, get past the barrel, my dude! Ah, the physics. Gonna get this safe here, which we're gonna get Jungi Han's ultimate armor. Gear. Tomi, you get Ichi. You get military insoles. Tomi, you get silver over transcendent. And Jungi Han, you get an optimized, you get superpower and champion's rings for maximum damage, and you get the battle boots even. Alright. Heal just in case. Nothing should happen. We're able to skip that fight because we got rid of aggro by diving into that area on the side there. And now if we play this right, we can skip past this fight. Ah, I didn't quite make it. Dang it. We don't need this fight. And if you play your cards right, you can just skip right past it. But you have to make it all the way down to that landmine and use the landmine to vault you past the fight.
吸収が早いのよね。
But unfortunately, it's very tricky. It is very tricky to get it consistently. These enemies usually outspeed each other, but we got lucky there. Party edit. Jungi-han, you're out of here. For Mr. Adachi, he gets one last fight to shine. We got more high HP enemies here that for some reason are not immune to instant kill. So our chef gets back into his detective days.
俺の番だな。
よし、覚悟。さらば。
Get him, Adachi. And we're out of here. Adios, Adachi. That's the last fight you'll be seeing. You've done us well, Adachi. Those instant kills are super nice. Get a rainbow hat, a very good magic user hat.
I'll beat your whole ass. 行くぜ。
Working our way through this island. I was hoping to save a little time by skipping that one fight, but I failed it. Alas. This one's nice and simple. Just wait for them to leave. See you later.
What do you want?
Rest in peace. さっさと始めようぜ。よし、やるぜ。
Boosted Foreshine takes care of this fight. All this extra money that we've gotten over the fights and stuff like that, all of it is going to be used up for these finale set pieces. Like it takes so much. It takes so much money to do all the summon usages that we have to do these fights as fast as we can possibly do. Yeah, we are good on HP. Because this fight is terrifying. This is why we had the party swap for Tomi to be in the second slot, so Tomi can take some hits here. Cosme, I probably have enough money that I could have boosted this and ended it right away, but no big deal. Wow, you actually outsped. She doesn't just throw it. I'm very surprised that they outsped. Now hopefully this fight cooperates and does what it's supposed to. It's been rude lately. Foreshine, we don't have a whole lot of HP. This is not good. Muscle Soda on to Mr. Jungi-han. Essence of Trick Shots. Magic hit 3. Recently, this hasn't been doing enough damage to kill for no reason. I have not dropped any of Jungi-han's damage. But for some reason, this hasn't killed recently. Okay, we got the damage this time. Thankfully. This might kill. Dang it. You two get back on your feet. Okay. Awkward end. Awkward end. But not too shabby. Haiku's Dream onto... Oh, no. Jungi-han got the level up there. He normally wouldn't get a level up there if we didn't, unfortunately fail to skip that one fight. That saves me one beer, I guess. Okay. This fight hopefully goes really, really well. We need to have Jungi Han go nice and speedy fast, so that he can take down those guys. But they don't. Or they can do anything. This guy always goes first. This hurts. Ah, oh, he missed. Nice. Kazumi for the group. One hallucinogenic bomb. Jungi Han needs to chug some coffee. And Tomizawa will be able to clean this up. No problem. Give him a little scrub. And then get him with the button. Hup. Right, big menu here. Does not we get to have not one but two silly fights in the set piece item. Hiker's Dreams for Tomi. Gear, Tomi, you optimize the headpiece. Jungi Han, you get a full optimize. You get Transcendent over Champion. Chitose, you get Champion. Superpower. And the Battle Boots. Nope, Battle Boots. You get the Reverie Shoes. And Adachi, you get the Fair Play. And the last Party Swap. I'm going to purposefully swap Tomizawa into the 4th slot instead of Chitose. Because this enemy that we're coming up on always hits the 4th slot for some reason. Always targets the 4th slot. And Tomi has a lot more HP than Chitose and is resistant to ice due to the host class. So, works out perfectly for us. Also, we had Big Shark. Now we got Big Squid. These tentacles will take our party members away, and we do not want that. So we're gonna drink this, have this squid get a little bit drunk. Use a boosted Kazumi to take out those arms before they can do any nasty stuff. Quickness Lemon onto Chitose to make her nice and fast. Chitose is gonna be a major damage dealer here. Damage dealer after she plays a jaunty tune. Dropping the agility of our squid friend. Muscle Soda onto Chitose. Oh, Tony was supposed to do a rose. That's okay. It should be fine. Do that instead. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Nice crits. Not necessary, but nice crit. Quickness Lemon to reload Chitose. And because I didn't do a rose like I was supposed to, that blind has yet to ever affect me in this fight. Let's hope that stays the course this time. I didn't have to do anything here, right? Yeah. Just going for another point blank, just in case this does not kill, but it should. I have yet to have anything fail with the blind. Finale A, correct. Long finale. And our squid friend is done. Long speed. We're almost at the end of Finale A, though. That was the third to last fight. Quick menu heal while we get on to here. Oh, get our last little bit of prep. We have one fight on the elevator up to the final boss. And then the final boss itself, which should go swimmingly. This boss fight is much more controllable than the second finale boss fight. These guys are way too fast. To make sure we get our perfect guards here. Nice. Nice whiff. Shine. These guys are always spread apart and have too much HP. But this time we'll hopefully just be able to act fast. And take care of them with a trick. Beautiful. Alright. Prep for the final boss here on Ichi's side. Optimize, you get a Champion's Ring over the Transcendent, and you get the Reverie Shoes. Chitase gets an Optimize, gets the Tactical Boots, and the Military Insoles ×2. And removes her weapon. Jungi Han, you also remove your weapon, put on some Wind Sneakers, and you also get Wind Sneakers. Okay. Start non-con, but you can have some food, Nicole. Don't pull a QP and start chewing on cardboard. Too late. Damn. All right. Into Bryce. Everything goes... Everything happens as it should. This should pretty much just be... What should be a guaranteed fight. It's just follow the sequence of events, and it should be a victory. If we play our cards right. We have 3 party members that are very fast for a reason. Substitution into Tomi. Tomi got a new Essence of Champagne wave. Get Ramos with that. Essence of Mirror Image onto Ramos as well. Ichi comes in with a boosted Cosme. And a roll. All right, phase 2. This one we typically take damage on. Ichi usually gets outsped, but it'd be really nice if he did. Pass it on over to Ichi. Do a 4 shine into a little drink for Tomizawa. Essence of Mirror Image Ram. Yeah. Ichi got outsped. This is standard. If Ichi had a little bit more damage, I have the insoles to make him faster, but alas, we have to deal with this damage. No worries. Substitute into Tomizawa, and Tomi will clean this up with a Battery Storm. Making sure I hit everyone, because these enemies can be all over the place. That's that phase down. Into the actual boss, our cult leader. Not a great guy. Not a great guy. Mr. Bryce Fairchild. What cult leader isn't a good person? Fair point. All right, Bryce. I heard you like the violin. Chitase is hurt, so we're going to heal her. Ichi closes out all these ads with an ultimate tag team. Bryce is going to get a couple turns where he does whatever he wants. Oh, that hit way too many enemies. Or way more enemies than I would have liked. Wonder Cocktail for Tomizawa. And Muscle Soda for Tomi, because Tomi is going to be our major damage source for Mr. Bryce. Oh, this is bad amounts of damage. The hallucinogenics. Bryce can put the fear into Bryce. I'm going to just try to make sure I get everyone healed up here with the Brofei. The essence of Champagne Wave, Mr. Bryce. Nice 7,000 damage. Pass it right back to Tomizawa to boost up again. That, and then we Siphon Power, Tomizawa. Bryce is gonna come out of his fear now and do his big move. This hurts quite a bit, but we'll be okay. Then we do our last hallucinogenic. Back into Tomizawa, and Tomizawa will hopefully push me all the way into the end of this fight. A little low on damage. I'm just gonna play it safe. And, where's our Torrenter? Just make sure that we do enough damage. I could have probably just attacked to finish into that, but Tomi's got a lot of damage right now. Give Bryce a final champagne spritz. And Bryce in this final form, his desperation form, is pretty weak. Nothing really to worry about. Goodbye, Bryce. Always terrifying, even though that typically does not go wrong. Off to the second and final finale. Hoo boy! Gotta go to Chinatown quick. We need our muscle sodas back. Used up pretty much all of them in that previous set piece. I should be driving, wouldn't I? Tasty, tasty muscle soda. Do that. Head on over and get another XP meal. And go straight on into the finale. With lots and lots of XP because we need it so that Kiryu hits level 46 by the end of it. One quick trip to Hello Work. One final quick thing. Nanba's actually gotten enough bond points that he's going to be able to inherit 2 abilities instead of just 1. And as just a precaution, we are going to have Nanba get his stashed bottle. Alright, our last blacksmith trip of the run. We equipped them onto Sonhi, so let's get them on their breaker. Don't need that blue metal anklet, and don't need anything but the bandages now. And weapon upgrade. Those lightning bandages as high as we can do. 41 is pretty fantastic. And brand it with the seal of bolts and the Seal of Severance EX. Here, Kiryu, big menu time, military insoles ×2. And the Reverie shoes. Namba gets an optimize. He gets tactical boots. He gets the crimson jacket. He gets the rainbow hat. He gets his prestige back. Jewel, the bracelets. And the Yakuza training gear. Sony gets an optimize, gets ankle weights and the champion's ring. Psycho gets an optimize, gets transcendent and military insoles. And gets the pirate boots, the protector, and the crimson hat. Zhao, we only need money from you now. No more fairy lays. And we are going to head on out to the finale. Two abilities. Unbelievable. Say bid farewell to our street surfer. Alas, we cannot take you in to the finale with us. You've done us well. 07 segue. And now our final finale takes place at the Millennium Tower. Who could have guessed? Who could have seen this happening? It's a 4-shine this fight. And Dragon God. Essence of Street Surfer. God. If they don't give it to Majima, I'll be very disappointed. And this upcoming fight is the major reason why we got the XP buff before going on into this. Poplay IPA. Get Kiryu a nice little drink. He exhausted himself with that Essence of Dragon God. Oh wow, he went fast. That is bad. Boosted 4-shine. Essence of Dragon God takes care of all of them. Hopefully this pair does not double hit Nanba. Otherwise I'm going to be very upset. Don't make him fall asleep either though. Oh, you punks. Oh, this is going to hurt. You! Well, this is why we have this. Oh, that is unfortunate. This is Kazumi. Muscle Soda, Nanba. Luckily, he's perfectly fine. He's just gonna need one more turn to charge up. So rude. We're hoping that as soon as these two are back. God, these guys do so much damage. And hopefully Namba can get behind this enemy that I'm standing right next to. Essence of Champagne Wave. Sir, let me scooch on in there. Got him. Hiya. Very rude. Alright, gear, Kiryu. You need Yakuza training gear. And Transcendent in Souls. Nanba, you need ankle weights. Hiya. Rough fight. Really don't like those enemies. Alright, now we gotta make our way up the Millennium Tower, all of our money is going to be exhausted by the time we reach the top. We're going to be using boosted, we're going to be using double summons constantly because so many of these fights have like a boss type enemy and they all require very different strategies from one to the next. This guy sets a time limit on the fight by casting Doom on the whole party. We're going to cast Doom with a rocket launcher. Beast mode boosted for shine. Essence of Dragon God is making its incredible use known. This probably won't kill, but there's no one in death range, so we're good. Yeah. Alas. Alas, Sonhee unfortunately outsped Kiryu, so she didn't get the damage increase from the 4 shine before it was her turn, so she did not get the extra damage to finish him off. Now this fight we can technically skip, but we need it for the XP. Luckily it's a very fast fight. Why is Sonhee outspeeding so much? Actually, she might be outspeeding on purpose. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about my current strat is ideally we would really want Kiryu to be extra fast here. And I'm going to skirt through this fight. I'm going to fight later. Instead, just struggle through these stinking chairs. In order for Kiryu to reach level 46 at the very end of the set piece, I'm having to have Kiryu really farm XP during this climb up here. So it's a little rough in that regard. Hopefully these guys did not separate. They didn't. Thank you very much. And then a boost. Kazumi, just in case I didn't hit any of them. One final guy before we progress on. This guy's got a lot of HP, but he's weak to fire, and that is our ticket to a good time. Get Kiryu back on in here. Boost himself up. Dragon God to take care of the Rift Wrap. This enemy is extremely fast. And we're going to substitute right away to boost him up. And I did it with the one that wasn't bleeding, so I saved a little bit of time on this animation because he still needs one more buff before he can close out this fight. The muscle soda. All right, Namba. Get him. Goodbye. Here gets a level up from that fight, guaranteed, so we don't have to do any menuing or anything. We can just run on through. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Get Sayako's ultimate armor here quick. And now we're into a very neat fight. I tend to call it the fan service fight. Because Kiryu's back. And so are his allies. Oh, get in there, Daigo. Finish him off. Daigo. Seiji Masala is just like, I'll show you how it's done. Just kicks him in the back. And this is a boosted force shine, and we are done. And then you get to just soak in the reunion. And feasibly, in true Yakuza fashion, most of these guys are probably perfectly fine. They're just getting knocked out. That guy Majima slash right there, he's probably worse for wear. He's probably fine. I mean, he's probably fine. That guy's not fine. That guy's dead. Oh, Majima. Alright, gear. I need to do a heal gear. Kiryu, you need military over transcendent. Nanba, you need double transcendent. We're gonna have light speed Nanba. And a street soul jacket. And then Sayako gets value pack in souls. Get Nanba nice and drunk. And then heal everyone's MP. We're off. Okay. These guys have a lot of damage. With all this, you can just take them out nice and quick. Get on over to Kiryu. I don't have to worry about getting the coffee. I got an extra coffee in earlier. Makes it nice and easy. Whew. Oh, it's odd that Psycho went first, but that's okay. We'll just go straight into a 4-shine. Need a little bit of MP assistance, so we're gonna Tower in our Kiryu. Essence of Champagne Wave, our main leader guy. Throat Slitter, our main leader guy, because he was guarding. Oh, nice crit. And back to Kiryu, and this fight is over. Four shine. And Essence of Drake. Goodbye. We are almost at the XP we need. Just a little bit more assistance. First, get assistance from this fight. These gentlemen are all nicely grouped up for Nanba. Fight. Nanba hit the level that he needed to already, which is great. Dodge this helicopter as we get through. Whew, boy. We're closing out on this speedrun, and we're having a pretty dang good speedrun, if I do say so myself. Their Essence of Rose Typhoon. Do a Kazumi for our last extra grind fight here. Okay. Alright. Here hit level 46. He is good to go. We have one last fight before Ebina, and then all the prep work for Ebina. I'm just gonna skip this. Ah! Get up, Kiryu. What that leg doing? Get up! And this last fight we can skip. We could have skipped all three of these fights in the tower, but we kind of needed that bit of XP. Lastly, grab our premium first aid kit just in case anything goes wrong with Ebina. Now we gotta be careful with our optimizers after we get this bit of armor because some things will wrong equip. Kiryu, you get the tiger belt and the champion's ring and the battle boots. Nanba gets a shoe optimize only, and it gets ankle weight back to his transcendent. And Sonhee gets an optimize, gets everything she needs, gets bracelet of 4 devas, value pack insoles, and the safety shoes. We need to pre-junk Tomi yet again, get our Tauriners. If everything goes correctly, this will be a very speedy fight. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm full focus at this point. We're at the end, so we need to get this all done. Good. No paralysis chance. That's great. Need to hit at least 2 of these enemies with this. That's perfectly fine. Kiryu, get on in here. Beast form. Boosted Foreshine. These guys all have 5,000 HP each. So much. Psycho, you get out of here. Do another Foreshine. And hit him with Essence of Dragon God. And with the assistance of the Tiger Belt. Oh, come on. No, Beast form, please. Thank you. One last Essence of Dragon God. Takes down everyone except for this guy. That's okay. His Nanba is at the ready. Beautiful. All right. Just the prep for Ebina. Item, CC Lemon, none. That. Kiryu, you need the Suppression Helm. The Reverie Shoes. The Military Insoles. Transcendent Insoles. Nanba gets an Optimize. You get the Mithril Brooch. And the Bracelet of 4 Devas. And the Safety Shoes. Sonhee, you get the Champion's Ring and the Transcendent Insoles. Oh, wait, no. Yes. And Wind Sneakers. And Psycho, you get an Optimize, you get Tactical Boots, and you are set. Yes. And Party. Zhao, unfortunately, you won't see the final fight. All right, let's do this. Final fight time. Let's see how Ebina cooperates. My guess is poorly. And I'm actually going to do a trick here. I'm going to reload that save I just did. Sometimes, if I'm going too long, Ebina will do the weird, or will do different things than expected. But typically, if I'm like doing practice or anything, he's fairly consistent. So, all right, Ebina, let's get this over with. My strat has not changed for Ebina. Yep. Skip my enter Ebina split. I forgot to hit it at the right time. Okay. Ebina is way too fast, and he can do anything and everything to ruin our party. Get rid of our debuffs, rage us, paralyze us, sleep us. You name it, Ebina can do it. And if we do it correctly, he won't be able to do a dang thing. Sonhee will go first. She'll do the slower of the two, which at this time was Kiryu. Rush. Boosted Foreshine. Quickness Lemon. Sonhee. Psycho will hit him with the Fulminous Bomb. We're hoping for an agility buff for Sonhi. Perfect. We should be in the clear. Provided Ebina's 2 turns, do not mess this up. We should be in the clear. Okay, this hurts. Nice whiff. Nice whiff. Okay, we should be in the clear. And he's already focusing Namba, which is perfect. Stink him up a bit. He's not going to like that. Okay, that's perfectly fine. We go back to Kiryu. Do one more 4 shine. Get on in there and mess up Ebina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3, 4. Let's chain together as many hits as we possibly can. And we got another boost. Ebina is out of first phase. First phase is the hardest phase. That's where Ebina can really mess us up, but should be in the clear, but we are much lower HP than I'm used to. Usually Ebina does not do a second attack, so I'm probably gonna have to do 2 heals here. One with Namba, one with Sonhi, or one with Psycho, and one with Kiryu. Now he gets rid of all those debuffs, gets himself a little heal. Magical Concert. Heal everyone except for Namba to full. Get an Intoxication Bomb onto Ebina. Kiryu will get the Toughness onto Namba. And Namba begins charging. Namba's going to be our primary damage dealer here. And we're about to take a lot of damage. Ebina's opening salvo here is terrifying. We're going to immediately get that off of us. Get a Muscle Soda onto Namba. Let's get another Intoxication. Don't paralyze him. Good. Got all of our boosts. I'm gonna get him as far away from Ebina as possible to hopefully have him not be the focus of Ebina's attack, because I don't want Namba to die. Please don't hit Namba. You jerk! Whew. Survive. 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 Okay, we're good. This fight is actually over, by the way. This fight is 100% over. Namba, get back in here. Hit him with the tag team. Give yourself another boost. Get back in there, Namba. One final rose. And we have one last surprise. Goodbye, Ebina. Oh, good run. Good run. Ideally, we would have liked to get a drink on Namba there, and he would have finished on his own, but we'll take this. And one last QTE. Time. Oh, man. That was infinite wealth. Oh, with the brand new wrong equip route. What a journey. Whew. This is a absolutely monstrous effort. All the effort that we've done with all the various people routing with TJ, me, Tree Plot, TGP, Metza is the one who started off all this routing using Cyric Z's Game Facts guide constantly for looking up research. Such a massive effort of so many people to figure out the best way to do this. Sirs, I'm having a moment. Punch each other some other day. Yeah, this was a heck of an achievement from everyone across the community, and this was our first time messing around with the wrong equip glitch, and I like how it's turned out. A lot of these fights are very fast. I can't speak. But there's still so much potential ahead, and I'd love to push on forward with this potential and bring this to RPG Limit Break 2025 after we've refined it even further.